Morning, Mr. Alamo.
Good morning.
We're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the psychologist. Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
Yes, Edgar Alamo, 448158.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edgar Alamo, MA number 448158. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 2 years and 1 day, followed by 3 years probation for violation of probation with underlying offenses: assault third, reckless endangerment second, unlawful restraint second, a violation of probation with the underlying offense assault third, criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, defense weapon, illegal sale and purchase of a large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 11, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: none utilized in a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a moderate range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Sorry, I can't get up there again. Sorry.
Oh, you can address the panel and tell them why you think you should be granted parole.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little nervous right now. I have something written down. I'd like to start by expressing sorrow for the trauma and harm I caused the victims, community, my children, and family. I understand the seriousness of my situation and the concerns it raises. I take responsibility for the decisions and circumstances that placed me in this position. I've took time to reflect on my past. I've recognized the choices in the environment I placed myself and contributed to the situation. My actions are my own and is unacceptable, and I take full accountability for it. During my time incarcerated, I have reassessed the direction of my life. I've maintained good behavior. I've made a conscious effort to follow all rules and expectations. As I finish my remaining days of programming over the past 10 months, I've been focused on personal development as a father and a man, identifying my emotions, working on self-discipline, decision-making. I understand change requires an effort, a consistent effort, structure, and accountability. I truly apologize for my foolish decisions I've made and to everyone I've affected. When released, I'm committed to keeping life development programs as a part of my routine. I'm eager to return home and continue working, providing, and being an active parent. I'm fully prepared to comply with all required sets by parole. I respectfully request consideration from the board of parole to grant me the opportunity to demonstrate my goals with actions in the community, success and accomplishments. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to express gratitude to the board of parole.
Thank you, Mr. Alamo. So what we're going to do here is we've read about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, your interview with the parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns to ask those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And the questions this morning will start with Board Member Rodriguez.
Good morning, Mr. Alamo.
Good morning.
How are you feeling this morning? Good?
Yes. A little nervous.
Nervous? Yeah. Well, try to take a deep breath and just, we'll get through this and you'll get through this. Talk to me a little bit about the program that you've taken, the programs that you've taken. You've talked a lot about change that you've made. Tell me, what programs have you taken that have contributed to some of those changes?
As of right now, I am in domestic violence and I'm in tier 2. And it's been showing me, giving me a lot on seeing things in other people's point of views and their perspectives, how they feel, and how my decisions can affect other people no matter if I was hurt. So like identifying my emotions, identifying like their emotions, identifying triggers, and basically the punishment, the consequences that I can get just from the littlest things.
How do you think you'll use what you've learned?
I just won't. Basically, I just won't condone or like.
Go ahead.
I won't condone it to an argument. I would just have to walk away. Think about, pause. Think about what I'm gonna say. The areas, the people I've been around. Stay away from them. You know, and just continue to work, be a parent, and stay away from negative energy.
Yeah, but the biggest concerns, I mean, I have obviously with you, some of your history, right? Your history really reflects somebody who really, you know, had some anger issues.
Yeah, growing up, it's really, anger has really affected me in a way, but I just didn't really know how to control it. I didn't know how to identify it. I just was going based off just my feelings, and going based off my feelings, I just didn't, at the time, I just didn't like really think, or I didn't think about everybody else's feelings. I didn't think about like consequences. I didn't think about where my anger would bring me. And as of now, like the things I've been learning in these classes has just been opening my eyes. It's an eye opener, and I'm focused on success. I'm focused on success. I don't see myself getting like, I don't see myself committing these mistakes no more. I've been incarcerated for the past 10 months, and I done walked into a lot of things that in the past I probably would have looked at myself like I would have changed, but now I've seen I've seen a big change in myself. You know, I've walked away from some.
That's a good segue for me. What are those changes that you see you've made?
Not reacting fast. I'm thinking. I'm holding myself accountable. I'm letting things walk away.
You don't have any tickets. Is there an example you can give me of how these changes have impacted you in not getting any tickets in the facility?
Yes. So I would say a lot. And being incarcerated, it's a lot of like you know, politicking in a way to speak, and those are the quickest ways to like fall into an argument. And I just don't even comment. I just don't even comment. I walk away. I just don't even try to give my opinion on things. If I do see things going the wrong way, I try to help people think before they act in a way. I try to give advice, and you know, and I walk away from them.
Have you had a chance to take voices yet?
No, not yet. I've signed up, but the same counselor, the same counselor that does domestic violence is the same counselor that does voices, and she hasn't put me in that program. I asked to get into both of those programs, but they said something about as long as I'm in one, I should be fine. But I got into tier 2 as well. Tier 2 is about addiction services.
Tell me about that.
That also it also relates in so many ways of addiction and relapsing. It doesn't only have to do with like drugs. It could just be like things you're comfortable with that's also like addictive. Like being around people, knowing that they're negative, but out of just, you know, love and communication could obviously make you relapse into the wrong decisions, things that are contagious, things that you grew up around, used to, you know. So that's also been teaching me ways to like stay away from people, knowing the type of people, knowing the type of environment, knowing basically the things that people could bring to the table. If it isn't positive, you know, just stay away from it.
You know, having taken that program, you score a 3, but you report that you don't have any problems with drugs or alcohol. Did that program change your thinking around whether there were issues with drugs or alcohol?
Yes, it does. It does. It changes my thinking completely, like a 360 on, or I say a 150 or a 160, basically, on how I used to think about, you know, drugs, alcohol, in a way. It really, it's really, it's really, it's really all a mind thing, you know. People can fight it, but in which case, I just don't feel like I should do any of these type of drugs or alcohol. I just won't even touch it anymore. Like, it just, all it takes is one time, all it takes is one party, all it takes is one sip, one smoke, just to have it in your conscious 24/7 on continue.
Do you see a connection between whatever drugs you were using at the time and some of these offenses?
Yes, smoking marijuana, I would say tobacco as well. Those are the only things I actually ever did. But yeah, smoking marijuana, it was like a consistent thing for me. And I saw, like, when I didn't have it, the multiple emotions that'll give me if I didn't have it, you know, the mood swings, and just chasing it, really.
It does impact your life.
Yes.
Have you given any thought to a support network on the outside that will help support that kind of thinking to stay away from using marijuana? Because right now marijuana is legal, right?
Yes.
You really, you can just walk into a place and get it. So what have you done any thinking around a recovery support system or a system that will help you in those times when you feel like you have the need to get high?
Yeah, as of right now, so I remember when I first got incarcerated, I'll think about it all the time. I'll think about it all the time. I'll think about it all the time. And then people started giving me like coping skills, because I would have like the little clothes sweats, just like basically, like, I don't know what's that word that you use when I don't know, it's not relapsing, it's like basically when you don't get the drug that you're used to, so you start sweating, you start getting like this type of anxiety. So I just started giving away, like, just drawing or looking for, like, exercising, looking for different motives to get my mind off of it. As of right now, I haven't been thinking about it at all. I know when I do go home, I know it's going to be like a thing where obviously I could be at the wrong place, like going to a corner store, coming out of a actual like a Walmart, and there's people could be smoking cigarettes right there. I used to like smoking cigarettes as well too. Go up to my car, they could be smoking marijuana. Just staying away from it. Really, just don't even. I know it's a battle in my head. I just gotta keep fighting that constant thought.
All right, I appreciate you responding to my question. What's your thinking? You have a GED. Any thoughts on continuing education?
Yeah, I have a GED. I got one in the world, but I was thinking about this community college thing that Tier 2 brought into place. I think it's like a free programming for college. I was looking into it. I don't know if they do it in here or not. She just passed out the papers for someone to look into. But I was definitely thinking about going into college. That's something I didn't ever get to do in my period of life. I had a kid at a very young age. I was only
you're still a very young age.
Yeah, I've seen. So basically, 14, 15, I had my first child, and still I didn't grow past that, having a kid at a very young age, and I didn't actually like get to do the goals that I actually wanted to do when I was younger.
What thoughts do you have about what you're going to do when you are released, in terms of a career or work?
Yes. So before being incarcerated, I had just gotten into the tow truck industry. That's something that fascinated me since a kid. Tow trucks, period. Like, so I had just gotten into it. I got pulled. I'm in this situation that I'm in here for now that got me incarcerated to violate probation. I was also in the I was also haircutting. I would do like my own little side stuff, but I never had my license, so I want to go for my license to get a haircut, to do haircuts. I have my license, I have my driver's license, but I also want to get my CDL, to have my own tow truck industry, my own tow truck company, my own lot, and just grow from there on out.
That's very ambitious, and it's going to take a lot of work on your end. So hopefully it's something that you'll, start preparing for, because that's a very ambitious plan to come out to do. And it's going to take a lot of work to get to that point. So you're going to have to really do a lot of work with that. How is your relationship with what is your relationship like with your children?
So as of right now, I am very close with two of my children. One of them lives out of state, so I barely get to actually physically see them a lot. More was through phone calls, but me and his mom don't we really don't talk. It's more of a past situation thing of mine. I can take accountability for my mistakes. I don't know if she would ever, take accountability for hers, but I was just more overall just say it's my fault really that I'm not, she doesn't want me to be in his life consistently due to my past. But for my other two kids, I've been in their life. I'm always risking to, take care of them every dollar. I'm always working, trying to find whether if it's fixing cars. I know I don't have a garage or anything right now, but little side jobs here and there that I'm always getting into just to feed my family.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. What's your support system on the outside?
Yeah, I have my mom, my grandmother, my father here and there. He hasn't been very active in my life at all neither. I would say my uncles, my sisters, they're always a great support.
You're going to have, even if you were granted today, you would happen until October. So you still have some time, you have a few months. What would you do in between that time if you were granted?
I continue to do my programs. I'll definitely looking into doing more programs. I wanted to get into voices as well. I'm going to focus on getting into voices. They also have I don't know if it's a new program, but it's called New Thoughts. I wanted to get in there too. But in the meantime, we just focus on these programmings. And I'm looking forward to programs outside of the world too. I know they don't have a lot. They do have addiction services. They do have domestic violence out there, but I'm not sure if they have these programs that they have in here out there. So I also have to look into those as well.
All right, Mr. Lama, I don't really have a whole lot of other questions for you today. Share some of your opening statement, things that I want to add. So I'm good right now. I'm going to pass on to my colleagues, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you for your time.
Whatever.
Mr. Alamo, what we're doing here today is making a determination about whether you should finish the 2 years and 1 day you have to serve out in the community on parole. And we make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. While you've done well this period of incarceration with your behavior, I'm impressed that you've gotten into the programs you're currently participating in because you were only sentenced in March.
Right.
What you were doing out in the community is terribly concerning. You were on probation for this pretty serious domestic assault. And you were only on probation 9 months when you got these new charges. You told Officer Shamroy you had the guns because others did too. What does that mean?
It was more of like a poor judgment on my behalf. I took accountability for being around other people who had guns, and I knew about it, and I knew I shouldn't have been around it. So,
Especially on probation.
especially on probation, being around in the wrong environment just dragged me right back in. Being around the wrong people just dragged me right back in.
So are you a follower? Is that why you were, hanging out with this crowd?
More of a follower, more of like just not that I wanted to be around the crowd. It was just more of like these were my friends since very young, and I didn't really look at them in a way of them being so. Even though I'm foolish for thinking that way too, but not being so foolish at the time, and it's just.
So your allegiances were in the wrong place to people who were doing things that weren't in your best interest, but you let them lead you around.
Right.
So there was, why the motor vehicle was stopped by the police?
Now I do know, yes.
Because it was seen involved in a shooting. There were
Right.
11 shell casings at the scene, and some of those bullets went into an apartment. So when you said in your opening statement that serious concern the situation you were in raises, is that what you were referring to? The fact that you were party to endangering innocent people at home in their own apartments with gunfire?
Due to the simple fact that I showed a vehicle to a party that was part of this case, and I trusted that he would pay me. I trusted that he wouldn't do anything in the car that
Okay,
foolish.
so you continue to blame your co-defendant that he had the car earlier and you weren't around, and this, when they stopped you and the guns were there, you didn't know it?
At the time, I didn't know they had it in the car. I didn't know that they had it. I knew that they had, I know that they had guns, but I didn't know that they left it inside the car. And when they were getting detained, I didn't want to lose a car. They owed me money for it, so I just took accountability for the car, and there was a gun found in there, so I just.
Two guns and a large capacity magazine. So when you were in the community for that 9-month period, what were you doing? You were working under the table, so you weren't paying taxes and being a responsible adult with your job. What else were you? You were smoking marijuana every day. What else were you doing?
I would do DoorDash, and I had just gotten into the tow truck industry.
When did you participate in a domestic violence program?
I would say during my 6 month period of being on probation. It was like my fifth mark of my
What
fifth
was
month.
the name of the program, Mr. Alamo?
Yes, it was House Street, is it right now? Yeah, I can't even remember.
What was the name of the agency that ran the program?
Evolve. It was domestic violence, but it was Evolve.
No, I think you were in the Explore program.
Explore program was out of Meriden. The Evolve was out of New Haven.
Well, there's no way you can complete Evolve in 6 months. It's a year-long program.
So I believe it was the fourth or fifth. I remember I started the express program the first month I came out of jail. I started that the first month I came, and then the first month I came out of jail. And then I would say my second month of being in the Evolve program. That's a second or third month. Yeah, second or third month. I don't got the time gap.
Okay.
Right now, but
I'm going to tell you none of that makes sense, but that's okay. We can move on.
I completed it though.
You know, we have your word for that. We have nothing that verifies that. So you plan to go to a reentry center, or you plan to go to a staffing agency to find employment? Have you
Yeah,
ever
so-
worked with a reentry center?
Yes.
Which one?
If I'm mistaken, it's called the American
Job center?
the American Job Center. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, Mr. Alamo, the crimes for which you're serving your sentence, and the underlying crimes that you violated probation on are very concerning. I think you got an exceptionally reasonable sentence for those crimes, and I'm really happy for you that you're completing programs and that there are other programs that you know you could benefit from. So I wish you much success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that's all of the questions that we have for you. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision in just a second, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Ever Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mr. Alamo, come over presented very well today, and although he had some conflicting questions, conflicting answers, may share with my colleague Turner. He has not received any tickets while he was there. He has talked about he's got some support system in the community. The type of tickets where he's taken domestic violence. I consider verification of it. He has at least another 4 months while he's there before he's eligible for parole. And then after that, he's got 8 months before he EOSs. The young man who I think supervision would help him upon his release. And then he would have 2 years of probation to follow. Besides that, I'm going to be supporting his discretionary parole today. Give him that opportunity. He's got some must still take some program, which he talked about wanting to take, Voices and Youth Laws. And I think either one of those programs would be very helpful for him at this point. So I'm going to be supporting the discretionary parole today. Hoping that he's got 3 years of probation to follow. I'm sorry, not 2 or 3. So that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Board Member Turner.
I don't have Mr. Alamo granted discretionary parole today. He does have the deadly weapon offender registry as part of his sentence. I think it's imperative that he complete the domestic violence and Tier 2 programs that he's in. And I made a note to myself that I would be willing to rehear him in January, which would give him 6 to 7 months on discretionary parole before he begins probation. And in that time, he could certainly do Voices and New Thoughts, but he's young and he has a considerable amount of work still to do on himself. You know, I love that he has all these aspirations, but I don't hear anything by way of a plan to achieve those. And I really think he needs to spend the time breaking them down into steps, week 1, month 1, you know, so that he can really make these things happen, because he is kind of all over the place.
So Unless I'm wrong, I have as the US as June.
August 27 is,
Hey,
June.
well, are you talking about the projected? Because as of today, it's October 11th, 27
Oh, so,
of 27. But again, if you're looking at the projected,
okay. Yeah. That's what I was looking at, is the projected date, because hear both from my colleagues,
so,
on this. I would be supportive of a denial with a rehearing in December. Which would give him 6 months to complete. He's started both, addiction tier 2 and DV. So those programs will, finish up in the next, 6 months. If we put them 6 months out, and that way, yeah, I understand the concern about where we are, with what occurred in the community, with the underlying and the new conviction. He's 25 years old, and that's all that's on his criminal record. So I just think that I believe he's headed in the right direction. You know, the way he's openly discussed his situation today would lead me to that.
yeah, I'd like to see him work on his release plan. I know he has a sponsor, but, you know, things are a bit all over the place.
Could we go with a 6-month reading?
We could, I just, so this would put it at the end of December, right before the holidays, and, you know, I just thought maybe a fresh start in the new year would be perhaps a better stepping off. You know, he's got young kids, and it comes with lots of pressure when you show up at the holidays.
Right. So we're at, this hearing doesn't happen until the 3rd week of the month, right?
it's fourth Wednesday.
Fourth,
So whatever the fourth Wednesday would be.
which is either we're looking at actually going out in January.
Okay,
Well,
sure,
so
okay,
the 4th is actually the 23rd. And you're not going right out the door on the 23rd. So the 6 months would put him out in the new year.
okay. So, could we go with inadequate program completion?
Yes.
And inadequate release plan?
Yes.
Nature and circumstances doesn't change, so
Right.
I don't know if we want to use that.
I think I'm good with inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate.
I mean, I can go with that. I haven't heard to that. I mean, it also makes sense to me. To kind of put himself together.
Yeah.
My concern is that he gets those programs in.
Mhm.
I thought that maybe Phil would have given him the time to go do that. Then the additional supervision would help. But I can see where my colleagues are coming from. I'm willing to kind of go with that plan. I think it does make sense for me.
Okay. And inadequate institutional program participation and inadequate release plan or adding patrons. I'm good with,
I can go with that.
okay. All right, and then just positive program and those what it needs to do. Okay, and note the disciplinary reports. Regarding Edgar Alamo 448158, I move to deny parole today based upon the nature and circumstances of the current offense, inadequate release plan, and inadequate institutional program participation. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Alamo, we are going to rehear your case December. What we want you to do is finish up. You're in 2 really good programs right now. that would be great. And you, Board Member Turner was right. You've done well getting into the programs. So the other programs that you want to take can only benefit you. All right. So we will see you in December. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Edgar Alamo, inmate number 448-158.
You want marble now?
But we.
Yeah, let's take it, Frank. You can put them in the seat for us.
That what we're supposed to use.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Marmol.
Morning.
Gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Bob Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. All my board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Betsy Turner.
Also present this morning are members of OBS, members of the public, and board psychologists. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
I didn't hear you. What you said?
You please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Gianni Marmol, inmate number 445383.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gianni Marmol, inmate number 445383. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 59 months, followed by 4 years probation for hindering prosecution second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 23rd, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 1, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So I've thought about this very long. I've been incarcerated for a little over 1,000 days, which equates to about 3 years, give or take a month or two. During this time, I was fighting for a good amount of the time. I was fighting for my freedom, but also my life. You know, I had to take time to not only evaluate the decisions and the circumstances that caused my incarceration, but I also had to work on myself. I thought a lot about the situations and what led me to come to what led to my incarceration. You know, I like to say that it was a very tragic event. You know, the underlying case to my charges. I can't fathom what the victim's family is feeling. And I understand that I'm sorry would never be suffice, because I wouldn't know what I would do in that case or how I'd feel, and I can imagine what they were feeling. I'm not sure if you guys know, but I'm an Army veteran, and I have a belief, or I guess, I guess I could say a belief that incarceration is kind of similar to the military, because in the military, you know, they break you down and build you back up, you know, and incarcerated, the only difference is when you're incarcerated, they break you down, but it's up to you on how you want to rebuild yourself. And I took this time to really analyze who I am, and I realized that I don't want to come back to be incarcerated. I don't want to be here. I wasn't raised like this. You know, I'm 30 years old. At the start of my incarceration, I was 27. Before that time, I could probably say that I was never in trouble with the law. I never had any issues with the law. The most I probably had was maybe 1 or 2 speeding tickets as a young driver, and I want to get back to that person. You know, if I'm granted parole, I'm going to make sure that I do what is necessary to get back to that person, to be a person that's a productive member of society, somebody that can bring something valuable to the community.
You all set? We're gonna, go ahead. We're gonna ask you some questions. I'm not sure if you were done, but, okay?
Yes.
All right. So what happens here is that we read about your background, the facts of the case, what, you've done during incarceration, you know, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns asking those questions. Then we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. During that time, you're not allowed to speak, right? And then we're going to talk about your case, and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And so hindering prosecution second, why exactly are you incarcerated today?
I'm incarcerated today because of how I responded to the police's question when they came to see me. I told them that my address was the house next door. I didn't tell them exactly who I was with when the underlying case happened. And I believe they said that I believe didn't corroborate a lot of things that they already knew.
Okay, and so why is it that you did that?
To be honest, I didn't do it maliciously. When I told them the address next door, I told them that because on GPS, I usually give out that address because my actual physical address doesn't really show up. They'll give you a couple houses down. So whenever people ask me for my address, I give them the address next door because that leads you right in front of my house. But I understand why the police thought it was malicious because, you know, in any event, you know, they're trying to find a case, figure out a case. So I should have explained that to them, and I didn't do that.
Okay, and so we need to go a little deeper with that because your sentence is 10 years, execution suspended after 59 months. So what was actually the result of what was going on there? Because I don't see what you just explained as something that constitutes 59 months in jail.
Well, they also said that a person that had gave a ride that night, he was one of the suspects as to who killed the victim. And to be quite honest with you, I didn't see that. And I told that to the police. I didn't see that. I can't attest to that. I gave him a ride. I honestly didn't know who he was. They claimed that I didn't know him because I was with him prior, which it is true. I was with him prior too. And after I dropped him off at home as well. I didn't spend time with him. I just dropped him off at his house, trying to give him a ride. because his girlfriend had asked me to give him a ride because he didn't fit in the car.
Okay, and so you didn't, when all of the information that you just told us, was that, or were those things that you didn't tell the police?
I did tell the police that I gave him a ride. I did tell the police that I didn't know him. Part of it was I forgot that we were together prior to. I had told the police that, you know, I went from home directly to the event, and that wasn't true. I did go to somebody's house prior to, and we were there for a little bit before we had went to the Hookah Lounge Club. So how do I explain this? So because I didn't say that, they made I can understand how it views like I was hiding information, and I personally didn't do that. I just forgot. You know, we were only there for a very short amount of time. I believe it was an hour, 45 minutes. So it slipped my mind at the time.
Okay. And all of this surrounds what kind of event?
A shooting, a homicide.
So that's the seriousness of this.
Yes, sir. Yes.
When the police are out there and they're trying to put everything together, it requires our cooperation so that the right people are brought to justice, right?
Yes. And I understand that I should have asked some more questions, and that was my fault. You know, a lot of times when they were questioning me, I didn't really understand what they were asking me, and that was my fault. You know, I should have asked questions. If I didn't understand something, I should have asked them to clarify, or I should have asked for more information.
So you only, when it comes to programming while you've been inside, I have that you took tier 1. Is there anything else that you were able to accomplish while you've been inside?
No, I have not. Like I said, I was incarcerated for the majority of the time.
Yeah.
So they don't allow you to take programming as an unsentenced inmate. But now that I have been sentenced, I have reached out. I have new thoughts on my AOP, which is the only programming. I've been on the waiting list. I have the paperwork here as well since March. But I've also signed up for other programming that I'm on the waiting list as well.
Okay, and so have other than like official programs, have you done anything else while you've been in? Have you participated in any kind of other meetings or religious services or anything?
I am Muslim. Every Friday I go to Juma, and every Tuesday I go to Talim, which is Quranic studies, which equates to kind of like a Bible study.
That's twice weekly, right?
Yes, sir.
We only had one disciplinary report back in August the 24th for refusing housing. And you have a background where you've been educated with a trade and you're using that trade to make an income, right?
Yes. So in the military, I was a small engine specialist. In the world,
Say that one more time for me. I'm sorry.
I said in the military, I was a small engine specialist. 91 Juliet. It equates to the world kind of like an engineer. I mainly work as a maintenance mechanic. You know, I build and repair and maintain industrial machinery. I worked for Pratt & Whitney, Sikorsky, and many small factories. that create, engines and machinery for the military, as well as, other things for civilians. I've also worked as a music producer as well for some time, and I was doing that full time before I was incarcerated. I had a small studio where people would come and record as well.
Okay. And I heard you, in your opening remarks, you talked a little bit about the impact on victims and such. So have you had the opportunity to, in court, to apologize to the victims?
At my sentencing, I did have the moment to do that, and unfortunately, I didn't. During that, I wish I would have, but like I said, I know I'm sorry is not suffice, and I wouldn't be able to say anything else, but I'm sorry. Ultimately, yes, I didn't have anything to do personally with the shooting. I didn't know the victim at all, but in the whole aspect, I did have something to do with it. So I feel culpable as well. And to be honest, I don't know what I would be able to say to the victim other than I'm sorry. I didn't know them. It's very tragic what happened. Like I said, I can't fathom what they're feeling. I would never want to lose an individual of my family like that.
All right. The only other criminal, you don't even have other criminal history. You got 2 motor vehicle citations. And that's it when it comes to criminal history.
Yes.
So, all right. So I'm going to see if other board members have questions this morning. Board member Turner, anything to follow up?
Sure. So, Mr. Marmel, you had a bunch of co-defendants, but none of them got the sentence that you got. Why do you think that was?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe it had to do with the way I answered the questions to the police. I wasn't there for their trials. I didn't really get to see the transcripts either, so I can't really say, what happened during the trials. But, I would hope that it was because they were innocent, not because I had something to do with it, or because of the reason why I'm here is the reason why they didn't get the sentence that they got.
Well, somebody had to be the shooter. There were 2 of them, and there were 11 bullets at the scene. Tell me about your relationship with Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Daniels, before this incarceration, I had only known him for maybe a year or 2. He would come to my studio as he's a music artist, he's a rapper, and that's the only relationship I really had with him, was musically.
Do you know what the issue he had with the victim was?
No.
You, in your statements to the police, you clearly misrepresented the relationship with the people you were with that night. And you do know that there was surveillance video at the lounge. So it just seems a little pointless to dispute, what is captured in photos and videos. Why did you take it to trial?
I took it to trial because I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I didn't know the victim. I didn't see the shooting. I had nothing to do with the shooting at all. And as I said, you know, when the police had came to interview me, the questions and the answers that I gave them, I didn't do it with malice. I didn't do it intentionally to, you know, throw off their investigation. You know, I answered the questions how they asked me them. You know, when they came to see me, they asked me a lot of questions about my car. At the time when they had came to interview me, I was fixing my trunk, and you know, they told me, you know, lower your trunk. You know, so I thought they were trying to say, like, you know, I stole my car or something, when in reality it was my father's car. He was letting me use it at the time. So, you know, a lot of their questioning was directed about my car, where was my car, who was in my car. So, which led to the reasoning and, you know, the way I answered those questions.
Do you remember reading the pre-sentence investigation?
Yes,
Okay, because that would have given you a good indication of the impact on the victims. The victim's mother and the victim's aunt both provided statements for the pre-sentence investigation. Do you remember any of
Yes.
what was said?
yes,
What really stood out for me was the aunt who served 15 years in Kuwait said that an honorable discharge is not a bargaining chip, that you lost your honor when you exchanged being a soldier for a puppet. What was your reaction to that statement?
I was ashamed because to some extent that is true. You know, I fought my country for my country as well. I went to Kandahar, Afghanistan in 2015, and I am ashamed, you know, as a veteran and as a past soldier, we are taught values, and I didn't stand by those values. And I'm ashamed of myself, and I should have done better. And like I said, you know, I should have made sure I answered those questions adequately, and I should have asked the questions to make sure that the information I gave to police was adequately, and, you know, I didn't give them room to think that I was being, you know,
Deceptive.
deceptive, yes.
So why in the employment section of the pre-sentence investigation didn't you share that you were deployed to Afghanistan?
I think I did.
No, you said you report you were in the military from 2015 to 2018, stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas, after basic training in South Carolina. That's all it says about your military
Yes.
service.
Well,
You do know, wait a minute, before you answer, you do know about stolen valor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you want to say?
I said that at sentencing, my lawyer did put an amendum, which I believe is like a correction to the PSI, where we did include that.
We don't have a sentencing transcript for your case. I think you really could benefit from programming there, Mr. Marmol. I know that you only were sentenced in March. But you know, we make this decision in light of the interests of public safety, and though you weren't a shooter, you were actively impeding the investigation into this crime. And I think that there's quite a bit of work that you could be doing on yourself to grow as a human being. And I hope you will look into that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Rodriguez.
I don't have any questions, only to acknowledge what my colleague has just said, that I do believe that Sherman Marmol needs more programming. I don't have any questions.
So, Mr. Marmol, at this time, we're going to have the Office of Victim Services facilitate victim input in the case, okay? You're not allowed to speak during this period of the hearing, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jesus, could you help us, please?
Good morning, board members. Yes. The victim's mother is currently viewing via the public viewing and wishes for me to read her statement as it is too emotional for her. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'm writing to describe the profound impact of this crime and to voice my position regarding the inmate's parole. This has been an incredibly difficult process, both mentally and emotionally, for my children and for us as parents. This experience has disrupted our daily lives and left a lasting emotional toll on our entire family. My son, Jonathan Jr., was only 20 years old when the inmate took his life. This occurred while I was present and spending time with him. I frequently reflect on why the defendants did not simply depart after leaving the hookah lounge that night. It is clear the intent was to cause harm, as there was sufficient time to enter their vehicles and leave the scene, yet they chose to remain. It has now been 3 years, 1 month, and 3 days since that night. The inmate stands before my family, without showing compassion or understanding. While the inmate may claim innocence by not having pulled the trigger, the reality of his involvement remains clear. Gianni Antonio Marmol was 27 years old at the time my son, Jonathan William Samede Jr.'s murder. Again, let me remind you that my son was only 20 years old. On May 21st, 2023, Gianni decided to be a part of a crime that changed my life, my children's lives, and the lives of everyone who loved Jonathan forever. Regardless of how he lived his life before that date, he was part of a crime for which a jury of his peers found him guilty. I am asking you to please keep the sentence as is and not release him any sooner. Although time with loved ones can never be replaced, he will eventually have time to make new memories with his family. My family and I will never have that chance with Jonathan, also known as Lolo. That all ended May 21st, 2023. Jonathan Jr. was a beloved son, brother, uncle, cousin, nephew, grandson, and friend. He was a family-oriented young man who deeply loved his niece. It is painful to acknowledge that we will never know the man he would have become, the husband he could have been, or the father he would have been to his own children. Thank you for your time and consideration in considering the profound loss my family has endured. Sincerely, mother of the victim. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Ms. De Jesus, and certainly our thoughts and condolences go out to the family of the victim in this case. So we are going to talk about your case at this time and give you a decision. So where we are is we're here for hindering prosecution second degree. The instruments that are applied to this for data and recidivism show across the board low ratings for recidivism. It's been evaluated and would be on minimum supervision in the community. His criminal history consists of 2 motor vehicle citations, one for an ignition device and one for failure to yield. He's solid when it comes to education in the community and the ability to be employed. He has a sponsor to go to. His only disciplinary report was almost 2 years ago for refusing housing, which was in a pre-sentence situation, nothing that is any kind of violence or anything like that. He was able to take the Tier 1 program in the correctional facility before going up to Savolsky. We've heard the victim in the case, and certainly we understand feelings there, and that nothing can ever bring back somebody who's been somebody whose life's been taken. When it comes to Mr. Marvel's offender accountability plan, there's a few things on here that I'm really not sure why they're here, but education is there, a job is there, and vocational training is there, all of which he has already. The one program that's there that would benefit Mr. Marmol is New Thoughts, which he has not been able to take yet. With all of that being said, for me, the only reason that we would keep Mr. Marmol is to take that New Thoughts program or any other positive programming. He has been appears to have been in for a period of time already. His parole eligibility date has passed. His end sentence is a couple of years from now. So it's my take on the case, and interested in what other board members have to say. Board Member Turner.
All of what you said is accurate. And yet, I think he could benefit from voices. He has a young son, so there's possible other programming. I just come back to the nature and circumstances and the inadequate evidence of offender change. You know, he has probation to follow. He has a sponsor, his job skills. So I do not have Mr. Marmol granted.
Okay, and Board Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am basically in the same place. I do not have it granted. I think there are some additional programs he could be taking that follow along the same as my colleague has shared, the pension program and some things that as he thought finishing the thoughts and voices, I think would be also very helpful for him. Question for me is consider since he doesn't EOS till 2028, giving him the opportunity to do some of this program back.
I mean, I would, in order to accomplish those programs, because I think it would be beneficial, I would do that. But, you know, with where everything is in terms of the statistical risk pieces on this, I would have him come back for an interview for release. Not sure where what you're thinking, or are you thinking?
I would support bringing it back from the hearing, giving him time to do.
Board Member Turner.
I wouldn't oppose a rehear, but I'd want to see it something like April of next year.
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see some time. April sounds fine, I think.
Well, it's generous
10
because
10 months, right?
give him 2 years of discretionary parole if he was granted next year.
It's 10 months.
Okay,
Nature, injury and impact, and inadequate institutional program participation. Anything else?
I would go inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change.
Yep.
And leave it at that.
Oh, just those two?
Well, injury and impact, obviously, because the families are.
okay, so then. All right, so regarding Gianni Marmol, 445383, I move to deny parole today based upon injury and impact to the victim or victim's family, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we will rehear this case in April of 2027, which time we expect to not have any other disciplinary reports and complete any positive programming, which we've discussed already. Yeah. All right, Mr. Marmol.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
So we've denied you for today. We're going to see you again in April. And we want you to accomplish positive programming. We've talked about that during the hearing, new thoughts, other types of programs like that to help you further along in rehabilitation here. Okay? Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Gianni Marmol, May number 445383. You're all set, Mr. Marmol.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Sir, we're right with you.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Rakowski.
Good morning.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Morning, my name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning. If I state your names on the record, certified I have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Adam Murkowski, 444438.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Adam Murkowski, inmate number 444438. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 30 months, followed by 3 years probation for illegal operation of motor vehicle under suspension of alcohol third, and illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 2nd, 2026, based on its mandatory minimum. There is no victim put in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. DUI track 3, currently has a janitor job, utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Rakowski, just so you're aware, what we want to hear this morning is why you believe that you are suitable for parole, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Dear Parole Board, change happens when we decide to focus on what is in front of us rather than stumble on what is behind us. Change begins today. This is an expert from the mission statement we say every morning at the change unit at Cebosky Correctional Institution. My name is Adam Murkowski.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Can I just interrupt you for a second?
Yes,
So
sir.
we have that letter that you're reading right now. We've all read it already.
Right, gotcha.
So can you just maybe sum up for us, anything additional to the letter that you might want us to know?
Yeah, did you get the one from DeJesus that read? Did you get the comments from DeJesus?
Go ahead.
Since entering the therapeutic community, this newly appointed peer mentor has demonstrated significant personal growth and development. When he first arrived in the dorm, he often presented with a strong attitude, and his use of sarcasm and facial expressions sometimes made it difficult for other residents to understand his intentions and connect with him positively. Over time, he showed a willingness to engage in self-reflection and attempt feedback from both staff and peers. He identified how his communication style and demeanor was affecting others and made a conscious effort to change these behaviors. As a result, he has become much more approachable, respectful, and effective in his intentions with the community. Today, he is respected by residents throughout the dorm. He consistently demonstrates a positive attitude and serves as a role model for others in the program. His leadership abilities are evident in his willingness and capability to facilitate groups. His progress reflects a genuine commitment to self-improvement
and the principles of the therapeutic community. I believe he is well prepared for reintegration. He has worked diligently on himself and has shown through both his actions and attitude that he is ready to take the next step in his recovery and personal development. And I have become a peer mentor in the J dorm.
That's great.
And I am also, I was janitor. I am now a rec cleaning official. I've been a peer mentor for over a month and an elder for about 4. And I'm definitely not the same person that I was when I entered this facility. I've gone through various meetings. I've facilitated many meetings, and I'm a totally different person. And I want to continue my sobriety when I get outside by attending meetings. And
All right. Sounds like you've made a lot of good progress.
yes, sir. I've done the best I can, and I've a lot more to go, but I'm willing to do it.
All right. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been inside. We've read your letter and such. And what we're going to do is ask some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision. Okay.
Okay.
And we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Turner.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So I want to recognize that you haven't had any behavioral issues during this incarceration, that you've held a job in the facility, you're part of the change unit as you described, and you've taken a few programs. So
Yes, ma'am.
those are all really positive, and you did a good job with your opening statement. What we do here is when people have sentences greater than 2 years, we look at their suitability to finish the sentence for you at the 50% point plus the mandatory minimum, out in the community on discretionary parole, and you have probation to follow your sentence. But we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's our primary responsibility.
Well, with
So-
the interest of public safety, I mean, I do not have a driver's license and I will not have one for a while. So I won't drive, and with public safety, I'm going to continue my sobriety. So even if I make the, I guess, stupid decision to drive again, it will not be under the influence. It really won't even
Okay.
happen. I mean, I'm not.
Let's deal with the here and now and not
Okay.
make any promises.
Okay.
So in this situation, last September 2024, you had lost your phone at the beach? Is
Yes.
that okay? So when you realized that, you went back to the beach to look for it?
Yes.
Okay. How far away do you live from the beach?
About an hour and a half.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the documents that were available to us, you were on DUI home confinement at the
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't have a license then?
Correct.
Okay. And you had been drinking?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. So,
I did relapse, yes.
okay. And obviously you have a long-standing problem with alcohol, because you have, by my count, 6 DUIs in your criminal history. And that's not what I take issue with. What I take issue with is your blatant disregard for the rules of our society and your willingness to operate a motor vehicle when you're under the influence, both things.
Right.
So you can sit here and tell us you don't have a license and you won't drive, but you didn't have a license and you were driving impaired. And you also have 2 convictions for failing to have the interlock device in your vehicle. So it's you know, I'm going to be suspicious. I'm going to be I'm going to feel it's suspect that that you've learned your lesson, because your first DUI was, well, the first one that counts on your record was 1997. So talk to me about why you make this choice.
Well, the choice about this time when I lost, when I think was the phone was stolen from me. It's a company phone, and my whole life pretty much revolves around my business. And if I didn't have that phone, I wouldn't have said business. And I guess in my being impaired, I made the stupidest decision that to go back to look for that phone. And because when I got back home, I had another iPhone that I could track the iPad. I had an iPad that I could track the iPhone through the Find My Phone app. So that's what I did. And it said it was back at the beach. So I stupidly went to go look for it. And then by the time I got back to the beach, then it was in Wilkett. So
Okay, well, that's irrelevant.
I understand.
To the crime. So,
Correct.
your decision making is obviously impaired when you're intoxicated, because a more appropriate decision would have been to call an Uber to go back to the beach, or to call a friend to take you, or someone else to go look for your phone. But I'm talking about all the other times. Why do you repeatedly make the choice to get behind the wheel after you've been drinking?
I guess just plain silly loss of thoughtfulness, I guess. Just not thinking. I mean, that's where the sobriety comes in hand. I mean, at this point, I just have to stay sober. And
yes, but I'm going to keep us on the question at hand. I'm not thinking. I think it's your behavior is in part driven by selfishness, right? And lack of regard for anybody else out in the world. You wanted to do what you wanted to do, even though our laws say you can't. And I'm just trying to appreciate why you have such a long track record of doing the same thing over and over again. You know, I'm concerned for you that you're abusing alcohol, because that's going to take a toll on your body and your health. Can I finish?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I understand that it's taking a toll on your body and your health as you age. It can't not. So I'm concerned for you in that respect. But bigger picture is that, you're going to kill somebody at some point, repeating this choice to get behind the wheel impaired. And I assume you've done treatment and had periods of sobriety in the past. What contributes to your relapsing?
Well, ma'am, I understand all that. That's definitely the person I definitely used to be. And I don't want to be that person anymore. I take full accountability for my actions. And I'm really sorry. I'm really 100% glad that I've never hurt nobody. That is also a fact. And part of recovery is relapse. And unfortunately, it does happen. I'm sorry that it did. But I do have a long period of sobriety.
Mr. Rutkowski, is what causes you to relapse? Can you focus on that?
Well, it was the situation with the phone. I guess I just panicked.
Okay, that was this time. What about all the other times that I'm sure you had some periods of sobriety and then chose to drink and drive? Why?
I'm sure there was something in my life that happened. I'm not sure specifically.
Well,
Yeah, there is
You had
trauma, there is
you-
trauma in
this-
people's lives.
right. So are you drinking to cover over the feelings of,
Of course, I'm
Trauma?
drinking, of course, yeah. I mean,
okay, so when are you
if you've read my
gonna
letter, you
address?
know, I
when
do
you-
have childhood abuse and a lot of trauma in my life. And
Okay, when are
Like
you
I said,
going to look
I-
at those issues and deal with them as opposed to self-medicating with alcohol?
well, I'm going to seek therapy, that's for sure. I mean, that is part of treatment.
Have you ever done therapy before?
I'm going to, I have not physically sat down, no. But that is something that I realized in here that I definitely need.
Good, okay, well, that's important insight to have.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your participation in AA. You said you facilitate meetings there. We saw the list of all the meetings that you've been attending. Have you ever worked with a sponsor?
Have I now? I've never worked in a sponsor personally, but once again, I have coming here with these meetings are so helpful.
That's great.
It's
Okay.
just, this whole, I guess incarceration to me is a new life. It's a new way of recovery. I really on the outside didn't do a lot of meetings, and I think that's my problem. Is that I didn't take that step to go to meetings. And I found that, I mean, I go to a meeting here every
Mr.
day.
Rutkowski, do you
Yes.
believe you're an alcoholic?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a good admission, good to know about
Yes.
yourself.
And
Have you
that-
ever worked the 12 steps?
No. Like I
Okay,
said,
so
I prior to
there's-
this incarceration, I just thought drinking for me was something I did. It was a way of life. It was I liked to drink, and I honestly, I don't. I mean, I don't like to be hungover. I don't like the effects of alcohol that it's doing to my body. So for me to say that I enjoy it, I don't. And I do realize that now. So I do, like I said, I do need more work.
yes.
I do
Are
realize.
has anybody spoken to you about a tier 2 or a tier 4 program?
No,
Has anybody spoken to you about CCAR?
yes, there's a P-car gentleman that comes. I mean, I'm aware of it.
Is that something you're going to pursue to help you maintain your recovery?
There's a facility called MCCA, or, yeah, that's
MCCA.
near MCCA. That's near my home that I'm gonna look into. That's another, like, Wheeler Clinic type place.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
that's close to
CCAR
mine.
is separate from that and another
Yeah,
potential
CCAR is
resource
more-
for you. So I'm going to
Okay.
tell you, Mr. Rutkowski, because of the mandatory minimum with your DUI, you were not eligible for release until October 2nd. And then your end of sentence is the middle of January. So, keep in mind that we're talking about a 4-month difference in your release date. And you do have 3 years of probation. I know you haven't been successful on supervision in the community in the past, but I hope you'll consider your probation officer a support and someone that can help you as you look to live a life clean and sober. I hope you can make that commitment to yourself, but understand, Mr. Rutkowski, you have to make that commitment every day, sometimes every hour of every day, to live clean and sober. And it
Yes.
really is to your advantage to unpack the underlying childhood experiences and traumas that have fueled decades of alcohol abuse. And
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wish you much success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Wachowski, you got a lot of good information from my colleague. I only have one question for you. I just want to understand, when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you said you felt your sentence was unfair. Why do you believe that?
Honestly, that was a mistake on my part. I didn't understand the question. Initially, I just thought it wasn't unfair to be sentenced 3 years for it, but I retract that statement totally.
And why are you retracting it?
I'm seeing clearly. I honestly believe that I can get more help on the outside than I can. Being incarcerated, you only get so much help. I feel if I got treatment, actual treatment for my illness, I think I'll be better off.
Yeah, Mr. Wachowski, you had a history of this. I mean, this is not your first go around, right?
I understand it's not.
Yeah, so it's,
I totally agree with you. And once again, I did not see it as an issue before. And I'm really, really glad that I have not harmed anyone in the process, but
I'm glad you haven't either. I'm glad you haven't either.
I'm
Anyway,
really
thank
sorry
you.
for all
Thank
of
you for
you.
thank you for your response. Appreciate it. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Rakowski, just two things. One is that you have had treatment. You're in it right now. So there in DOC, there's a few really good programs. And one of them is happening in J Dorm where you reside. And it's teaching you how to take responsibility for your own recovery. It's teaching you how to connect with other people who are trying to do the same thing that you're trying to do. It's connecting you with a recovery coach from CCAR, which is something that you've never had before, and developing a relationship there, right? It's
Right.
taking those things, right, that
Right.
isn't in a 28-day program or whatever, and it's showing you how you can do this on the outside.
Right.
Okay, so that's about one of the most valuable experiences that you can have.
Yes, sir. I was talking about one-on-one treatment.
Yep, but
Yep.
that's a big thing.
Yes, sir.
You know, and the other thing is that relapse isn't part of everyone's recovery. Okay.
Mhm.
And it no longer has to be a part of your recovery.
I'm gonna do my best to make it not.
And I believe you when you say that right here, but it's when you get outside that everybody's concerned about. Okay. So I want to encourage you, you're going to Torrington. Torrington has got a lot of really good recovery meetings and things like that. And I encourage you to engage and build relationships in recovery. Because, you know, I don't know what I'm more afraid of. And I just, in terms of offenses, when we're looking at them, somebody who has a gun or somebody who's drunk behind the wheel. And they're both weapons. At the point that you get intoxicated and get behind the wheel, it's a weapon. And, you know, you just need to think about that, right? Not
Yes.
that somebody's going to intentionally try to do something, but when you're intoxicated and you're behind the wheel, you have little control over what happens next.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, I applaud you for what you've done in there so far. And I hope that you continue to do those same things.
Yes, sir. My main focus, honestly, to be truthful, is I have a 4-year-old son. And I just want to be a better father than my father was. That's really why I want to focus so much on my sobriety now more than ever.
And that's the correct attitude. Focusing on your sobriety to be a better father. That's
right.
Exactly what you should be focusing on. We're all set. We're going to talk about your case here, and we're going to give you a decision in a board return.
Okay.
So Mr. Rutkowski's situation is very concerning. a longstanding history of repeating the same high-risk behavior. And I think one of the elements that I didn't touch on in interviewing him, but really stands out for me, is that his offenses, driving under the influence, are becoming more frequent, not less frequent. And, you know, he had a December 2022 followed by a June 2023. And then he was on probation and home confinement, and he got another one in September of 2024. So I applaud that he has new insights that I hope he will use to rebuild his life. And I think with the time remaining there in the facility on this sentence, he could continue that work and prepare himself for release. He does have a sponsor. He was a business owner, and he has probation to follow. So my vote today is a denial.
Board Member Rodriguez.
I'm in the same place. Jeff
Okay.
also did now.
And with recognizing, as they just did, the efforts of Mr. Rakowski.
Absolutely.
In terms of public safety, it's important that Mr. Rakowski finishes that. So nature and circumstances and criminal history.
And the offense on probation.
I never made an offense on probation.
He got 3 years of probation in 2023 for DUI.
That's occurred.
That was on
In
parole.
September of 2024, when he was on home confinement, he was returned off of home confinement with these new charges.
That was not on probation, that was on parole. I don't know if
I
I'm
think we
supposed to
can-
listen.
Yeah, you're supposed to be listening, but I appreciate the input, and I'll change it in the release.
Sure.
Yeah,
So regarding Adam Rakowski, 444438, move to deny parole based upon the nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, and the current offense being committed while in committee release. Just a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rakowski, please continue to do what you're doing. Take that
no,
out.
I really think you're misinformed in your information there.
You're fine. We've made the correct decision. We decided that in public safety, and anybody with 6 DUIs that shows up here with two more operating when you're not supposed to be, we need to protect the public interest. So what I encourage you to do is continue to do the recovery-based things that you're doing in JDorm and with the CCAR recovery coach. And this hearing is over. So thank you.
Thank you.
Needs the hearing for Adam Rakowski, inmate number 444438.
All set?
All set. Sir, what's your last name?
Llewellyn,
Well,
Good to go, Mr. Wynn?
I'll give you a second.
6.
Absolutely. Run.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
all right, thank you.
Morning, my name is Rob Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. All my board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for an information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and main number for the record.
Kevin Llewellyn, 391191.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Llewellyn, inmate number 391191. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts criminal possession of a pistol revolver and illegal possession of a large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 27, 2006. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. He currently has a dorm laundry job, utilizes the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you. I have something I'd like to read, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dear honorable members of the board, I would like to thank the board again for allowing me the opportunity and considering me for parole. I understand that parole is a privilege and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be considered. Although my crime was not committed against anyone, I am aware that my crime is not victimless. My family, friends, stepchildren, and my community are all victims of my unwise decision to possess illegal firearms. And to them, I want to say I am truly apologetic and remorseful. There are no excuses for my decision to break the law and endanger the people around me, and I will not attempt to make any. My decisions were unwise, reckless, and unwarranted, and I take total accountability for those actions. Since my incarceration, I have made a conscious effort to change my ways of thinking and my habits to ensure that I do not continue to make unwise decisions, commit crime, or return to prison. Since I made the decision to join the Enough Second Chance program, I have participated in and completed numerous programs that have helped me change my mindset and have helped me gain some of the skills needed to be a productive member of society. I joined the Second Chance program because I wanted better for myself and wanted help. I don't want to continue to come to prison and waste my life, and I figured that if the Second Chance program could help me take the first steps to changing my life, then I wanted to participate. This program offers multiple programs and opportunities that are beneficial to someone willing to make the necessary steps to change their life and circumstances. Programs like emotional intelligence and RAGE have helped me identify, understand, and deal with my emotions as well as other people's emotions in a healthy manner. These programs have helped me identify traumatic events that took place in my life and understand how they have shaped my way of thinking and actions, as well as helping me change how I deal with people and situations. These programs have given me the strength to talk about my feelings without shame and have shown me how good it feels to talk about what I've been through in my life and how I feel, rather than holding things in and expressing my feelings in a negative manner. Programs like UOU and From Pawns to Kings have helped me realize that I owe it to my family and myself to stay out of prison and live the best life that I can live. They have given me a safe space for me to discuss what needs to be done in order for me to elevate from a pawn to a king, from a boy to a man. While participating in these programs, I have realized that age does not make you a man, nor does selling drugs, going to prison, or any other negative actions. Making the right decisions, taking care of your family, being a positive role model for your kids and other people around you, and being a productive member of society are things that make you a man. Daily Dads and Click programs that have helped me understand the best ways to communicate with my stepkids and future children, how to be a positive role model to them, how to understand how children develop and what my role is in the developmental process, as well as the importance of me being present in their lives rather than being in prison. On top of providing programs that have helped me change my way of thinking, this program has given me the opportunity to facilitate some of the programs that have helped me the most while still being able to participate in them after completion. Co-facilitating programs has shown me how good it feels to be able to help other people the same way these programs have helped me. I am able to share my experiences, fears, feelings, goals, and progress with other men who are striving to better themselves the same way I am. It showed me that it feels so much better to pour positivity into my environment and the people around me rather than engaging in negativity. I have changed as a person since coming to the Second Chance program, and I will continue to take the necessary steps, not only to be positive and productive, but to be successful and to help others around me do the same. Upon my release, I will continue to seek out and participate in therapy, fatherhood programs, and other programs like CT Works that will help me continue to better myself, evolve into a better man, and provide me with resources that will help me be successful and productive. I would like to thank you again for your time and consideration regarding this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. It's a great statement. So what we're going to do here is we have taken a look at your history, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, all the related documents to the case. Based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay? How are things in E-Dorm? How long you been there?
I've been there since, I believe, March. And it's really good. Like, I like E-Dorm a lot. The programs are very helpful and therapeutic, and they help me learn a lot about myself and how I feel and what I've been through, and how to be better.
That's great. That Second Chance dorm is a really good thing.
It's amazing.
So we're going to start questions, and we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Rodriguez. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can you pronounce your last name for me again?
Llewellyn.
Llewellyn?
Yes.
Llewellyn. Thank you. I didn't want to get it wrong or butcher it or anything.
Thank you.
I also think it's a great that you're in the Second Chance program. It's really a good program
Yes.
to be in, and it's hopefully you'll utilize everything that you learn
Yes.
while you're there. But the charges that you have are really very serious.
Yes, sir.
And the challenge for me is that there's a history of this kind of behavior.
Yes, sir.
The other thing that I found interesting is that as I read the documents, they found heroin in your right pocket.
Yes, sir.
Are you a user of heroin?
No, sir.
Because you rate low, and so why did you have the heroin?
Because I was selling drugs at the time, sir.
So I'm going to assume that that's your answer for why you have the guns.
No, sir.
So why did you have two guns?
The reason why I had the guns was because prior to being arrested, I moved back to Connecticut. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and I moved back to my old neighborhood. And there were a lot of shootings and stuff happening in my neighborhood. And I made the unwise decision to carry the guns because I felt like I needed to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to.
What are you protecting yourself from? If you weren't selling, because you were selling drugs, or
No,
what were you
because
protecting yourself?
Because there's a lot of shootings happening all over the neighborhood and stuff, and I was scared to be a victim of being shot or killed.
Did you apply for a license for a gun?
No, sir.
Did you take any training to shoot a gun?
No, sir.
So you're running around without a license, not having any training, with two weapons. I think they were both 9mm weapons, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, one was a Glock 19, with a lot of bullets, large capacity magazines as well, and no training.
Yes.
And somehow you thought that was a wise thing to do.
It was foolish. I didn't make a wise decision. Yeah.
And would you say that everybody in your neighborhood carried a weapon?
No, I can't really assume that. No,
Probably not.
Yeah, no.
And looking at the community today, what's going on in the community, would you agree that there's a lot of unnecessary gun violence?
Definitely.
Because if something happens, people resort to taking out their weapon.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So this case, I mean, these kind of cases I take very seriously because I'm always very concerned about community issues and community safety
Yes, sir.
around this. Tell me a little bit about a little bit more information about the program. You did well in your opening statement, and you did share a lot of stuff in your opening statement about your program. I want to hear a little bit more about your direct changes, how you have changed.
Okay, so I've taken a bunch of different programs like UOU, From Pawns to Kings, Emotional Intelligence, and a lot of these programs are very therapeutic, right? Before coming to Second Chance Dorm, I wasn't really a type of person to speak about how I feel or ask for help or express certain emotions in a positive manner, right? And these programs have shown me that, like, speaking about how I feel or asking for help or resolving issues in a positive manner feel good. They're okay. They don't make you less of a man, right? And most of these programs are based on changing your thought process, right? I read a book called As a Man Thinketh by James Allen, right? And the whole premise of the book is that your thoughts dictate your actions, which dictate your circumstances, right? And the whole book is based on changing your thought process so that you can change where you are in your life. And these programs help us change the way we're thinking to end up here, you know? And they help us with tools on communication, positive conflict resolution, being willing to express ourselves through therapy or through other positive manners. They have like programs like art therapy or I did a program for like learning how to start a trucking business. So these programs give us different opportunities to not only change our mindsets, but to change our circumstances based on learning new trades,
Okay.
learning new things, you know?
Thanks for sharing that. Let me move to a different area. You've got some college, which is positive.
Yes.
What's your thinking around education?
So my thoughts around education is, to be honest, I plan on going to culinary school when I go home. I cook for a living, right? And I want to perfect my craft and actually be certified as a chef. I want to open up a food truck, right? So I definitely plan on going to culinary school. But
Okay.
when it comes to education as a whole, I love to learn. So I
That's
did
big
college.
today. Food trucks are big today, and there's a lot of them.
Yes.
Hopefully, it's very specialized food.
Yes.
It's a pretty tough business. You had new thoughts on your OAP.
Yes.
You have not had a chance to take it?
No, I've not had a chance to take it because there's a lot of people in line for it. I actually have a request right here that I wrote to Ms. Collins multiple times to get into the program, but her response, if you don't mind me reading her response.
Well,
Her response,
as long as not very long.
no, it's not long. Her response is, it said everything on your OAP is a recommendation at this time. If the program is on your OAP, you are already on the waiting list. Writing will not get you in faster.
Okay.
As
I
this is
think we know all that.
all right.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Tell me a little bit about your release. What's your release would look like if you were to be released today?
I didn't hear what you said, sir. Sorry.
What does your release plan look like in terms of your release today? If you were
Okay.
released today?
I have a reentry plan right here that I created. This is a
Yeah, you sent us a reentry plan. You sent us a reentry plan.
Yes,
I want to hear from you.
okay,
You don't have to read it.
all right. Well, as far as my plan, I plan to continue to build my credit, prepare and build my credit. I want to go to culinary art school. I have a career in culinary arts. I've been cooking my whole life, so I plan on getting a job when released, you know. I want to continue doing like therapy and different programs, especially fatherhood programs. I have stepchildren, and I want to be the best role model possible to them, you know what I'm saying? So I want to do fatherhood programs and different things like that, you know. I also want to participate in like programs like Connecticut Works and things of that nature, because I want to utilize the help and the resources that they have, because I want to be successful. I don't want to come back to jail or, you know, so.
What's your third time, right?
Yes,
Hopefully you decided to kind of move in a direction that will keep you out.
definitely.
And just tell me a little bit about your support system on the outside.
Okay, so my girlfriend is very supportive. I have sisters and brothers that are supportive also, as well as friends that are here for me, that will support me, that have always supported me. You know, I still have my mother and father and my aunt that raised me. They support me as
You want to
well.
go to the halfway house, all right?
Yes, I want to go to a halfway house. I have an address also. My aunt in Hartford is willing to sponsor me as well. But I definitely did want to go to a halfway house to utilize the resources and be better and have them help me with programming and things of that nature.
There's a lot of additional, support you can get.
Yes, yes.
Role. That would be very
Yes.
helpful. Okay, so, Mr. Llewellyn, thank you so much for answering my questions, and I wish you the best of luck, sir. My colleagues are going to ask the questions you have.
Thank you, thank you, sir.
I want to go back to your release plan because I'm looking at a letter from Ms. Clarence, who seems to be offering you a home.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you want to go to your aunt's.
Yes,
Where
ma'am.
does Miss Clarence live?
In Waterbury, Connecticut.
Okay. In your halfway house approved already, so
Yes, ma'am.
what's the plan here?
So the plan is if I am released on parole, to either go to my aunt's or to a halfway house, whichever one. I would like to go to a halfway house to utilize the resources. And then once I get out, get established and get a job and things of that nature. Ms. Clarence is my girlfriend, by the way. So she wants me to live with her and, start building our relationship.
But you see that as happening a little further down the road when you get stable on your own 2 feet.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
do all the adult things that
Yes,
life
ma'am.
requires. Okay, that's good. Good to hear. You said to Officer Shamroy when you were interviewed that you were, you attribute committing the offense to not having a job and being forced to go back to your old neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
So when I moved back to my old neighborhood, I didn't really have a job. And, as I told your colleague, I was selling drugs at the time. But me not having a job and putting me back into my old neighborhood, I was around the area
Okay,
where
I'm paying attention to your statement of being forced to go back to your old neighborhood. You were 30 years old. Who was forcing you?
I didn't necessarily mean anyone was forcing me. I just mean that I didn't have any other options but to move back to my old neighborhood at the time because I did not have a job and I couldn't stay where I was staying previously.
So you were living with your cousin in Stamford where you were
Yes.
selling heroin and not working. You said that you had been working 19 to 20 months of the last 2 years as a cook. Why weren't you still working as a cook?
because I was laid off, the business wasn't doing so well, and I lost my job, unfortunately.
Okay. And with the skills that you have, you didn't pursue another job?
Yes, I was filling out job applications on Indeed, multiple different places and stuff. I made a stupid decision because I didn't have any money, and rather than being patient and making the right decision, I let my uncomfortability or maybe my pride get in the way and start making the wrong decisions rather than doing what I was supposed to do.
So you end up with a sentence like this, in part because of the guns.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
you were also, selling heroin while the country was experiencing an opioid epidemic of, people overdosing on heroin and fentanyl and dying at rates we'd never seen before. And it's always disturbing to me to read about people such as yourself who are skilled, able-bodied, educated, and you take the shortcut of peddling poison to your community so you can line your pockets while exploiting the people around you suffering with an addiction. Any thoughts on that?
Nothing you said was wrong. I mean, my decision was dumb, and it was selfish. And
Well, it was criminal.
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
add selfish. You described it as unwise and reckless,
Yes, ma'am.
but it really was selfish because you
Yes,
had
ma'am.
other means by which to support yourself. You just grew impatient.
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
you were willing to exploit other people who were struggling. And I hope at some point when you're stable, Mr. Llewellyn, in the community, that you'll look to give back because you have a lot of amends to make for the
Yes,
harm
ma'am.
that you were contributing to out in the community. Do you know who told the police that you had the guns?
No, ma'am.
I'm glad that someone stepped up and did the right thing in the interests of public safety and brought you to the attention of law enforcement to get those guns off the street. Why 2 guns?
To be honest, because right before this incident happened, my cousin was walking down the street and he got caught in the middle of these guys having a shootout. And there was like 30, 45 shots that were fired in the midst of this situation, right? And in my mind, I'm like, all right, well, like, I can't, like, nowadays guys are walking around with guns with a whole bunch of shots in them. And I'm like, man, I just felt scared. I felt that I needed to protect myself as much as possible. So, I mean, that's the best answer that I can give it.
Okay, but you had 1 gun and you had a large magazine, but then you had a second gun. So that's what I'm just trying to figure out, whether, have you given thought to the idea that you were willing in the midst of, a violent situation to contribute to that violence by pulling out a gun and starting to shoot? You don't even know what might be going down, but you're willing to fire at other people as opposed to retreating and getting the hell out of there and, taking cover. You wanted to actually get in the action with a loaded handgun.
So, ma'am, I didn't really have the thought of like getting into the action per se, right?
That, Mr. Llewellyn, is irrelevant because that's what you were willing to do. By carrying loaded firearms with extra ammo, that your intention to protect yourself
Yes.
was to use those weapons, not to retreat, not to seek cover, not to call 911, but to get any action yourself. And
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
concerning decision-making for somebody in their 30s. Like,
Yes,
that's crap we, deal with, 19 and 20-year-olds.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the deadly weapon offender registry ahead of you. The 2015, when you got carrying a dangerous weapon, was that also a handgun?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I had a pocket knife.
Okay, I have no more questions for Mr. Llewellyn.
All right, we are all set with questions. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Rodriguez.
Well, has, I was had very serious charges. Very, very concerned about weapons charges. Just so much going on in the community. And as my colleague brought out, 2 weapons, not just one, but 2 weapons on. And I would agree. If you carry them, then on some level there is some consideration of being engaged in using them, if you absolutely have to. So if you feel you have to, or it could be over anything. However, having said that, he's accepted responsibility today, shared accepted responsibility. He's apologized. He's in a second chance program, which we know is a very good program. He's taken a variety of programs under that. He has all of his certificates. He has a support system on the outside. His family received several support letters from his sisters and his girlfriend. He's had a positive evaluation, work evaluation that was sent along with it. And again, he's taking programming. I want to hear from my colleagues at this point. I'm really leaning towards making a discretion for all today so he can get the supervision between now and his, I believe his EOS is what, May of 27. That's what I have.
All right, Board Member Turner.
So Mr. Llewellyn has done well in this period of incarceration without any disciplinary issues that have enabled him to participate in some positive programs. He has a year left on this sentence, and my feeling is that it would best be served under the higher level of supervision of parole to make his transition successful. To his credit, he wants a halfway house placement where he can begin adulting. I appreciate what you said about it, accepting responsibility, but the police stopped him and he had the guns on a fanny pack on him. So it's not that he had much room.
Not to accept.
But I think
That's true.
I think what we hear from him today is an appreciation for how ludicrous his choices were. And I'm not entirely sure it wasn't in part to protect his drugs
Trade.
and his money and the enterprise that he, stooped so low as to engage in.
So do we have anything besides halfway house?
All I have.
Yep. Okay.
So regarding Kevin Llewellyn, 391-191, I moved to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026, with halfway house placement if necessary, in addition to standard parole conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Llewellyn, you've been good control. Please continue to do positive things out there.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so
Try to do
much.
some giving back. Try to do some giving back to the community.
100% I will.
This concludes the hearing for Kevin Llewellyn, debate number 391. You're all set, Mr. Llewellyn.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a good day.
How you doing, Mr. Wood?
I'm good, and you?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay,
Morning. My name is Officer Shamlin. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner,
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Matthew Wood,
Inmate number, please.
451560.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Matthew Wood, inmate number 451560. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 30 months, followed by 10 years probation for possession of child sexual abuse material. Second, as of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date February 28, 2006. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Voices, the short track sex offender program, currently has a unit clerk job. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So, Mr. Wood, is that the letter that you sent us that you have in front of you?
That's my own letter, yeah.
Okay, so that's, we have that and we've had the opportunity to read it. If you'd like to say anything in addition to that letter, give you the opportunity to do that, but you don't need to read it because we already have it.
Okay, no, then I'm good if you've already read it.
Okay, and where we are is we've taken a look at your background, what you've done since you've been incarcerated, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. And then we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Okay, sure.
All right, and just going into this, you have one offense that you're incarcerated for right now. You have no other criminal history.
Correct.
And certainly, it's very troublesome what the offense was.
Yes.
And you took the short track program in the institution. Can you tell me something that you learned in there that would you can take out with you?
I learned the things that they're, no matter what, even no contact, they're still victims of, especially with my crime. I learned that some of what brought me to the bad choices I made, and how to avoid them in the future.
Okay, and can you just give me how you would avoid them in the future?
Definitely continuing to work with my CATSO therapist to understand some of the traumas that brought me here, and how to the things that I need to do to make sure that I don't go down that road again, and making sure I work with them if I have any issues, if I have any things, any concerns, that I call them immediately. And that's why I keeping up with my therapist seems to be my strongest things, and as well as better hobbies, better things that will keep me out of any danger areas.
Okay. That if you go out on parole, you're going to have to engage in treatment for problem sexual behavior in the community.
Correct.
You're going to have to not be around minors unless it's okayed by your parole officer, right?
Yep.
And that pornography and is going to be off limits, and your devices, whatever you use that accesses the internet is going to be something that'll be monitored, right?
Correct, yes.
And there's no issues with that, right?
None whatsoever.
You have a sponsor to go out to, yourself, you have a home,
Yes,
and you can connect with your previous employment,
correct.
right? And so is there anything that you might need from us for you to be successful in the community?
Not really. No, I just want to continue with my therapy, continue doing the things I was doing beforehand, while I was pre-trial and all of that. I found
And you engaged in that while you were out waiting, right?
Correct.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
Not that I can think of. No, I'm sorry. No.
Okay. I'm going to see if other board members have any questions. Board Member Turner?
Mr. Wood, what is your internet safety plan?
My internet safety plan is to use it as small as possible, keep it monitored, and only do things like online banking and news searches and the like, staying off the dark web. That was my trouble area. So I'm going to transition out of my role in my work, let someone else handle that, so I don't have to go into any of the danger areas that led
Tell
me
me what
to where it was.
keep it monitored means.
That any device I touch is monitored by my PO and the like.
The thing that stood out for me and concerned me in your case, in the police report, as responsibility was closing in on you, as they were looking at your devices, you attempted to shift blame to your teenage son.
I didn't understand.
Why did you do that? I mean, that's just.
I didn't
really
understand.
hard.
I didn't understand what was going on at the time.
But you were willing to throw him under the bus when the police came to your door.
No, I was not. I'm very protective of my children.
Okay, you were asked about your downloading of BitTorrent software, and you said you thought your 13-year-old son may have been the one who did it.
My children are on the internet, so I don't know.
But you knew at that time that you were the one who was viewing this inappropriate material.
Yes, definitely. It was all of me.
Yeah.
I take responsibility.
Yeah, that was hard to read, that you would make that choice.
Yes, I
To
understand.
avoid responsibility. I'm glad that you're working on your issues that are underlying your choice to seek some sort of escape in this inappropriate, very harmful material. And, you need to remain hypervigilant.
Absolutely.
It's not up to other people to monitor you. You need to be doing that yourself.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Board Member
I have no
Rodriguez?
questions.
Right. So Mr. Wood has done the Voices program and short-term program. He's maintained a job while he's been in. He rates out low on, for all of the ratings on recidivism. He has no other criminal record. And he has stated a place to go and a job to go to. I would support his role with all four of the offense-related stipulations. Board member?
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. Regarding Matthew Wood, 451-0, I move to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and enhanced internet and device monitoring. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Wood, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to release. Get out there and do the right thing.
Yes, thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Matthew Wood, inmate number 451560. You all set, Mr. Wood?
Okay, thank you very much.
One.
Good morning.
Is it Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
Are you good to go with Mr. Wynn?
Sure.
All right, Mr. Wynn, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation for this hearing.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Thomas Wynn, 446201.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Thomas Wynn, inmate number 446201. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 20 years of probation for illegal possession of child pornography first degree. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 13, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: short track sex offender program, and currently has a gender job. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation. Some of the offenders were also sworn the SRT fall within the low range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should grant a parole. You may begin.
Why do you believe that you should be granted parole today?
I do not expect anything comes out of this. I expect that you guys express your judgment. But I spent a good amount of time in the year reflecting on what I've done, how to better myself and to not hurt others like I've done before.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background. We've read about what you've done since you've been in your interview with a parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions to ask you to
Sure.
arrive at your suitability for parole. Okay. When we get done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay.
Okay.
And the questions will start this morning with Board Member Turner.
Morning, Mr. Wynn.
Good morning.
So you've done well this period of incarceration. We often see people serving sentences for crimes that of the nature you've committed who get refusing housing tickets, and that is the one ticket that you have. You have no prior criminal history. I'm glad to see you were able to take the short track program. You, in the program, created an internet safety plan. Can you tell me what that is for you?
So, the one from the short track class?
Yes.
Okay. So I had signed an agreement that would not view or possess pornography of any kind, would not donate to any of the children-based charities, that I would have a healthy relationship with others as far as that goes. it was a big list of checklists, but that's specifically to internet safety. I know that I'm not allowed to possess anything that can on any device that can access the internet outside. Otherwise, finding healthier relationship as far as if I were to with the internet and not requiring for pornography or any other legal reasons.
I'm not sure I understood your answer. So your internet safety plan is to not use the internet or
So
not
I
use it
was
for
told-
pornography?
Essentially, yes, more healthier reasons.
Okay,
If I was allowed to, but at the moment, I believe my stipulations, I'm not allowed to have anything that can access the internet.
okay. So your risk factor in the evaluation that was done of your participation in the program indicated that this conviction that you're serving for was fueled by an addiction to pornography. Do I understand that correctly?
That was one of the factors. I did admit that I had used adult pornography more than a healthy amount on the outside.
Okay.
And that's something that I reflected on here.
And why do you believe you were willing to do that?
As far as the adult or the child part.
We'll start with the adult.
I had numbness from depression and such that just pornography gave like a easy release to that. Try to be less depressed, less numb.
But you claim you don't have a sexual reaction to the viewing of the pornography. Is that your position?
The child one now. That was more of to trigger a horror response. To feel something that wasn't just numbness.
I have to assume you're, a educated person, a pharmacy tech. You had to know that viewing those images, searching for them was illegal, did you not?
I did. I hated myself for it, but I just kept going back to because I wasn't taking care of myself. I was looking for something to feel. It could either be gratification from adult porn or from looking at child porn.
And it's interesting to me because I read about your, this state of numbness and your depression. You were a pharmacy tech. Obviously, you know that there are healthy pharmaceuticals that people turn to cope with those kind of mental health conditions, but you chose the internet?
I worked a lot of crazy hours, so it was easier to look for easy gratification than to set aside time for see a doctor to get prescriptions, stuff like that. I didn't really put myself first when it came to my personal health. It was easier just to work as many hours as I can, and then try to deal with things that I thought was the easiest way.
And oftentimes people, will escape by, working long hours, long days, but you still, chose to cope with your mental health with criminal activity. And that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
You
To me,
had
that was
time to be
easier.
on the internet. You didn't have time to go to the doctor.
It was
choose
easier
the
when I
healthy.
didn't have. I also didn't sleep that much. That was a big issue too. One thing I realized in here, I have sleep apnea. I found out else in here,
Uh-huh.
so I didn't have a lot of time to sleep. So it's easier to be in bed and look. I use the internet then try to schedule time or request time off. We were very low staffed, so it was very difficult to say no when they asked me to do more hours too.
Yeah. I mean, you know what this sounds like, don't you?
Sounds like excuses.
Bingo. Okay. So you haven't taken the Voices program, and that is on your OAP.
I'm in it now.
You're in it now? Great.
Yep.
Are you also in New Thoughts?
No. Was that my OAP?
No, but I thought I read that you had started New Thoughts or was
Oh.
about to.
Personal growth is what I started.
Sorry?
Personal growth is what I started.
Okay, I don't know that particular program. So what do you understand about the harm being a consumer of child sexual abuse material causes in the universe?
So I'm harming not only myself, but the people who are abused in the videos by sharing and viewing and such like that. Which I.
Lifelong, right?
I didn't think about at the time because I never think about who I'm harming until it's too late.
But you do appreciate and take responsibility for that now.
Yes. Yes. I don't blame anyone but myself for that.
Right, so you do not have a sponsor out in the community?
No, my plan was to, if I got a parole, to go to a halfway house.
And for employment, what are you thinking?
So I was told because my felony doesn't have to do with drug charges, I can still get my pharmacy tech license again. I'll be a little more aggressive with my time of taking care of myself over working more hours because I think they need me more than I need to do it myself. If not that, then I look at third shift, a warehouse job. I also like animals, so I see if I can work my animals too if I had to.
What are you going to do about your mental health issues?
So I've felt a lot better seeking therapy here. And so I'm been a bit more aggressive. Like when I'm gone a month without seeing the therapist, I start writing. I've learned to be more aggressive with getting help here. Because a lot of times, especially with medical issues, unless you're aggressive with it, they don't really be on top of it. Like when I first stayed in jail, I broke my toe. They didn't even look at it, they just gave me ibuprofen said, if you want more, ask the commissary. So I got aggressive with asking, hey.
Okay. The question is based on your return to the community and what is your plan for your mental health? Since you have described it as fueling your criminal choices.
Right. I've learned to be more aggressive with treating it. If that makes sense. Like being on top
What
of
is your plan when you're back in the community for addressing your mental health needs?
seeking out, I'll continue my mental health medication I have now. And maybe getting therapy appointments regularly.
And you do know that you'll have to be participating in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community.
Yeah.
That will come with lots of other restrictions.
Understandable.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board Member Rodriguez?
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of questions. Just one, I'm trying to understand, where did you learn that shock and disgust increases serotonin levels?
I don't know if it was a serotonin thing, but like it was one of the things that didn't feel numb. I was just looking for trigger some kind of emotion that wasn't just not feeling anything.
Well, how does the serotonin level, come in?
I was very tired and it was poorly describing what was going on when it happened. Because I assume you're talking about during the arrest interview.
Well, typically it's exercise and other things that increase serotonin levels, not really shock and disgust, from what I understand. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for answering my question.
All right, Mr. When we finish questions, we're now going to talk about your case, give you a decision, Board Member Turner.
Okay. You want me to leave?
Nope.
So Mr. Nguyen has 2 years left on this sentence, and he's taken a short track program, and I think getting into additional treatment for problem sexual behavior would be appropriate at this point. I'd like to see him finish Voices, but since he needs a halfway house, that might come anyway. So I have been granted, this is his first conviction and hopefully his last.
So all four and then halfway house?
And a mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, yes.
Board Member?
I would agree, Mr. Chair.
All right, regarding Thomas Quinn 446-201, Move to grant parole on or after June 24th, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and internet, enhanced internet and device monitoring. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Wayne, you've been granted parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. Make sure you take care of yourself when you get out there so that something like this doesn't happen again.
That's the plan. Thank you, guys.
This concludes the hearing for Thomas Wynn, meeting number 446-201.
Am I all set?
All set.
Thank you.
Morning. Sure, we're right with it.
I think it's on.
I think.
Alvarado.
Okay, so as far as, morning, my name is Rob Sherman. Today is Wednesday, June 24, 2026. This is the hearing regarding Mr. Gregory Kennedy, inmate number 398-319. Yes, following board members this morning.
Mike Polk.
Member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
All right, regarding Mr. Kennedy, he had a court proceeding this morning and will not be able to be here. So regarding Gregory Kennedy, 398-019, I move to continue him into the next Cebulski docket. Is there a
Second.
second? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The case is continued to the next Cebulski docket.
It should do for Gregory Kennedy, inmate number 398-019. And that's. I forgot to get that. Yeah.
What's that?
Said it might have get that on the record. Let's do this game.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Mr. Nunez, right?
Yes.
All right. Are we good to go with Mr. Nunez?
Yeah.
It's on.
Sorry about that.
All
Aye.
I love making more work for
Okay.
us.
right.
Morning, my name is Professor Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, June 24, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Angel Nunez, 409-658.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Angel Nunez, inmate number 409-658. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 5 years probation, possession with intent to sell with strength narcotic, violation of probation, the underlying offense, sale of certain legal drugs, violation of probation, the underlying offense, recount, sale of certain illegal drugs, violation of probation. Also with underlying offense, recount of certain legal drugs, and a violation of probation with underlying offense, possession with intent to sell or dispense to a non-dependent. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of November 3rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, New Thoughts, currently has a community detail job. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a minor range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm sorry, Officer Shamroy. Mr. Nunez has to serve 42 months. He did receive a sentence modification in March, reducing the 5 years to 42 months.
Okay. Mr. Nunez, you can address the panel. Tell them why you think you should be granted parole.
I have a small letter that I would like to read.
Go ahead.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Good morning to the parole board. I would like to start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to present myself here today. Before I say why I should be granted parole, I want to apologize to my community and anyone that has been affected due to my wrong actions and poor decisions. I am truly sorry. My actions have no excuse, and I have taken full responsibility and accountability for them. Since July 31st, 2024, I've been incarcerated. And since November 18th of 2024, I have been part of the Second Chance program here at Sapolsky Reintegration Center. In this program, I have taken the necessary steps towards a successful future, embracing good habits and new opportunities. I have completed more than 20 new programs, not because it was mandatory, but because it was necessary and up to me to make a change in my life for the better. In this program, I learned to change my negative into a positive and take this time to better myself as a whole. Due to my positive progress, the Second Chance program has given me the opportunity to work outside in the community Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Also, due to my engagement, I was given the opportunity to become a mentor of two great programs, which are the Alternative Lifestyle Program and Preparing for Release Program. I also successfully completed the CCAR Recovery Coach Academy, and I'm excited to be part of the CCAR community upon my release. If granted parole today, I will be living in Bridgeport, Connecticut with my wife, Melanie. I will be working at City Line Auto Body Sales and Service in Stratford, Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. as general help assistant with day-to-day operations wherever needed, including shop maintenance, vehicle prep, towing support, and customer service. On weekends, I'll be also working at my wife's restaurant, helping her with managing staff, coordinating schedules, social media marketing, and maintaining service standards. I am a firm believer of change, and I stand here today as a fully rehabilitated man who is asking for a chance to demonstrate that change is possible. I want my community and my family to see my change. I am now part of the positive, not the negative. At this moment, I'm not in control of this experience, but I am in control of the meaning that I give this experience. The Angel Nunez I am today is not the Angel Nunez from the past. Once again, I would like to apologize for my poor decisions, and I apologize to anyone that I've had affected due to my poor decisions from the past. I hope the parole board sees what I have become during this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nunez. So we've taken a look at your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you to arrive at your suitability for parole. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes.
We're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Nunez, I mean, your history is just, very extensive. I mean, the damage that you've done to the community, the things that you've done. What has changed in you since you've been here now?
I'm sorry, the camera is freezing.
Oh, you can't. Did you hear me before?
Can you repeat it? It froze. I'm sorry. It froze.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously, one of my concerns is your history involved in drug selling and drug dealing and its impact on the community. Right. And part of what we're looking at here is community safety. Public safety, right? And considering the damage that has been done by your previous history. Correct?
Yes.
And you've taken some responsibility in your opening statement and also in the letter that you sent us and the statement that we got. which is very well written and well done. But I want to know what has truly changed in you?
Well, everything has changed for me in this time that I've been incarcerated, from my mindset to my way of thinking to the effect that I cause in my community, my family, my kids, and myself, because I'm incarcerated away from everything, and everything is my fault. It was my decision to do something that was wrong. Not one time, but 2 times. But my mindset is.
Go ahead.
My mindset is not the same. I'm about positivity and uplifting myself and also other people too, so they don't commit the same mistakes that I have caused before in my community. This is why the whole time that I've been incarcerated, I've been fully into my programming, and I also do my own program, which is Rage and Rage Advanced, which I don't do anymore because of my community detail job, but I'm still part of the Second Chance program, and I'm always talking positive, because if I do it here, in a place like jail, then it's way easier to me to do it once I'm outside and spread the positive that I learned here because of my wrong actions. My wrong actions I have no excuse. But the only thing that I can do is learn from my mistakes and help other people not commit the same mistakes that I did.
So of the programs that you've taken,
yeah,
what program brought you to this place?
Well, one of the programs that I taken that was my favorite was the Alternative Lifestyle program, where Council Supervisor Ms. Miller, I did the program and I went back and I did a mentorship in the program also, because it explains how your environment and how your environment affects your way of thinking when it comes to trying to be successful. Success does not have to mean you need to do something illegal or something bad, because the consequences are coming in here. And in this program, it shows you how to turn your negative into a positive. And it also touches on like childhood traumas, things that you saw when you were young, things that you see in the neighborhood that once you grow up, sometimes it affects you. But also in the neighborhood, you also have people that are not influenced, that are not affected, and are positive people. And I want to be part of that. I want to cross the street to the positive and 100% away from the negative, because I am 34 years old. I have a 3-year-old daughter that I have not seen grown since I've been in here. And before I change anything, I need to change my mindset and change everything. And this is what I've been doing for the past 23 months that I've been incarcerated.
So besides the Second Chance program, where you've taken all these other programs that you've gotten good evaluations from and you've got your certificates from, you've taken New Thoughts.
Yes.
And you've taken Tier 2.
Yes.
And you're connected to CCAR.
Yes, I am. I graduated from the Recovery Coach Academy, and I want to be part of that community.
And do you have a contact person there?
Yes, there's actually a contact person here. His name is Eric. And then once I reach out to him here, then he'll put me in contact with somebody outside. Yeah.
You have not had any DRs, no tickets.
No, sir.
How do you manage that?
Honestly, my path is a positive path. If I see something negative or something that's gonna trigger me, or I stay away from that. I try to stay away from everything that could put my freedom in danger. And this has been like a training camp for when I reintegrate myself back into society, because if I could do good here in a place like this, then once I reintegrate myself back into society, the opportunities are endless, because I came from somewhere where I could easily catch a DR, or somebody could create an argument or something like that. And I become the person who de-escalates situations. Like, for example, there was a situation a few months ago, and I told the person, like, listen, it's not worth it. The plan is to do better in here and to make it home to our family. And he actually commended me on that. And that's how I look at it. I'm not here to catch more negative. I already done enough negative things. And I just want to do the positive.
Any thoughts on education?
Well, I didn't do the college and stuff like that because I was so focused on my programs here. And it's kind of like a either or here. Is either you do programs or you do the schooling. But I do want to get my CDL because I have an opportunity to work at a tow trucking company when I go home. And it's a big opportunity for me. So I would like to accomplish that at least in my first 6 months home, or at least be already on that path. I know everything takes hard work and it's not done overnight. So I just want to work my way up and complete that. My father is also a truck driver, so I have opportunities in that field.
Okay, and what about your DJ business?
My DJ business, for the moment, I don't want to indulge in that at the moment, because I'll be on parole, and the path that I want to take now, that career does not match for the moment. That's not my main focus. My main focus is the opportunity of work that I have now, helping my wife in the day with her restaurant in the daytime, and just trying to live a positive and just away from everything that could get me back in here, unfortunately. So I don't want to be back in this situation. So,
and tell me a little bit about your release, your support system on your release.
Well, my wife is ready for me to come home. She's been my support through this whole journey. My mom has been one of my biggest supporters. My dad. These are people that have never done nothing wrong. I have good friends on my side. I don't know if you saw the character letters, but
yeah, no, we got you. You good support letter. Yeah, good support letters.
Yeah, one of the support people there is a great friend of mine. His name is Alexis. He owns 3 supermarkets in Bridgeport. That was my first job there in 2007, and we have remained good friends. So I do have positive people around me, people that believe in me, and that I have failed, and I don't want to fail them anymore.
All right, I appreciate you answering my questions. I think I'm done with what I want to ask. Reserve in case I have follow-up questions.
Board Member Turner.
It looks like, Mr. Nunez, that you got the sentence reduction just on the possession with intent to sell, but the rest of the sentence remains, the other charges remain such that you need to serve 5 years.
Yes.
Clarifying that for the record. I guess a couple of things. There was an incident in November of 2023 in Stratford, resulting in some injuries. I don't see that you've taken a domestic violence program. Are you open to doing that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I actually, I wrote 4 requests. I have them in my folder to try to get into that program, but I can only do so much on my end. But I did try to complete the program.
That victim, her initials, AD, is that who that was?
Excuse me?
The victim's initials, 2023.
Yes.
One of the things that you'll learn in a domestic violence program is the seriousness of putting your hands around the throat of another person and cutting off their ability to breathe. You could kill them doing that. So you should be very careful. It's like punching somebody in the head. You just never know. And we see way too often people die as a result of a act like that. So your roommate at the time, how did you know him?
My roommate at the time was he was a good friend of mine. He used to do security for one of the places that I used to DJ at, and I met him through the owner of one of the places that I used to DJ, and my roommate at the time, he was working security, and he gave me the opportunity to live in his apartment. At the time, I was going through a rough patch, and
Okay, so is this somebody you've stayed in touch with?
During my incarceration, no.
Okay, because were you to be granted, I would want you not to have contact with this person.
Okay, fully understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that covers our questions. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, yes, Mr. Business, all very serious. I've been contributed to, as he said, not only his family, but the community at large. And he has a history of this as well. Having said that, Mr. Nunez sounds very good today. He's taking a second chance program, and he's got lots of certificates of the program he's taken during second chance. He's got positive evaluations that have come out of that. He's got positive support letters that have come in. Actively involved in CCAR at this point, which I think tells me that he's interested in maintaining a recovery community and trying to stay connected to the recovery community. He's had no DRs. So that was very, very positive. I agreed to attend the domestic violence program as would be part of a condition. So I think I'm gonna be supporting his discretionary parole today.
Right? Turner?
I am also in support of Mr. Nunez going out to discretionary parole. It's going to be a significant amount of time people being in his business because he's got 5 years of probation to follow. But if he's smart, he'll see it as to his benefit.
All right. I have 4 general no contacts.
Yeah.
Plus domestic violence and a no contact with.
Can we just clarify who Yancey is?
Yancey Nunez, a relative of yours or no?
Yes,
How so?
he's my brother.
Okay. So without PO and no.
Okay, and also no contact with
AD.
Garrison Peralta.
PER.
ALTA. There are 2 different spellings of the first name in the police reports. Sorry?
2 R's and 1 R.
Peralta has 1 R, and his first name is alternately spelled YERISON.
YER.
ISON.
IS.
And YERSION. I can't find him in DOC and they look up, so
All right. And that's a
general no contact.
general no contact as well. And then, the Jose Navarro, Felix Guzman, Jimenez, Martin De Jesus is the best.
Yeah.
And DV,
Yes,
and
please.
we're good, right? Regarding Angel Nunez, 409658, the date that we have, Officer Shamroy, is November 3rd. So regarding Angel Nunez, 409658, I move to grant parole on or after November 3rd, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. Behavior management for domestic violence, general no contact with Jose Navarro, Felix Guzman Jimenez, Martin De Jesus Estevez, and general no contact with Yarison Peralta, and a general no contact with Yancy Nunez without parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Nunez has been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. And get out there and continue to do the good work that you've started to do in there.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
This concludes the hearing for Angel Nunez, inmate number 4096.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good, you're
You're
good.
all set, Mr. Nunez.
Thank you.
They didn't, I guess they didn't test it on that either, did they?
No, they didn't have the,
Okay, no THC content, and they didn't test the one of them. They didn't test the actual cannabis. They only tested the resin.
All right, we're on the record, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're on the record now. Do we have any Spanish cases today?
At Central, we have 2.
We have one at South County.
Do we have an interpreter? Oh, Mr. Lopez, I see that. All right.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Who do we have at South County that needs the interpreter? They're muted. So who at Central?
We have Alarcon Gonzalez and Alarcon Martinez.
Okay.
We have a Carrera at South County.
Cesar Alarcon Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, have him come forward.
César Alarcón González, pase al frente.
All right, sir, raise your right hand, please.
Señor, levante la mano derecha, por favor.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. If so, say I do, and you can put your hand down.
¿Jura usted que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad? Si es así, diga que sí y puede bajar la mano.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of contributing to delinquency or dependency of a minor, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each.
Bien, señor, usted está aquí por cargos de contribuir a la delincuencia o dependencia de un menor. Tiene también cargo de posesión de parafernalia para la droga. Estos ambos cargos con fianza de $1,000 cada uno.
You also have charges of cultivation of cannabis, possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of cannabis over 20 grams, and theft of utility services, all with a bond of $5,000 each.
También tiene cargos de cultivo de cannabis, también posesión de cannabis con intención de vender, posesión de cannabis por encima de 20 gramos y también hurto de servicios públicos. Cada uno de estos cargos con fianza de $5,000 cada uno de ellos.
And a charge of possession of a structure where drugs are manufactured with a minor present. Your bond for that charge is $15,000.
Y tiene otro cargo de posesión de una edificación donde drogas se producían con un menor presente. Este cargo tiene una fianza de $15,000.
Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Le pregunto, señor, ¿usted necesita los servicios del abogado público?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Voy a asignar al abogado público para que le represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Julio Alarcon Martinez. Sir, you're here on charges of contributing delinquency of a minor, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each.
Señor, usted está aquí por cargo de contribuir a la delincuencia de un menor. Tiene otro cargo de posesión de parafernalia para la droga. Cada uno de estos dos tiene fianza de $1,000 cada uno.
Charges of cultivation of cannabis, possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of cannabis over 20 grams, and theft of utility services with a bond of $5,000 each.
Tiene también cargo de cultivo de cannabis, posesión de cannabis con intención de vender y posesión de cannabis por encima de 20 gramos. Estos cada uno con fianza de $5,000.
And possession of a structure where drugs are manufactured with a minor present with a bond of $15,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Y tiene también otro cargo de posesión de una edificación para la producción de drogas con un menor presente. Este tiene una fianza de $15,000. ¿Necesita usted los servicios del abogado público, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Bien, voy a asignar al abogado público para que le represente. Tenga buena suerte, señor.
And then we have one at South County.
I think the client's in Central, Your Honor.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he speak Spanish?
It's a she.
Does she speak Spanish?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they don't have the females up yet.
Okay, just wanted to, okay.
I guess for the females, 1 o'clock means something different.
Usually.
Who is the female that he'll need when they're up here?
That would be Olaya Villegas, or Olaya Villegas. Isabel? Last name is Olaya.
All right, and who do we have in South County that needs the Spanish interpreter? I know you got a loud voice, but if you're muted at South County, I can't hear you.
Carrera.
Oh, Arnaiz Correa? Is that your name?
Señora, su nombre es Arnaí Correa.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked and driving with a driver's license that expired more than 6 months. Your bond as to each of those charges is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Bien, señor, usted está aquí por cargo de manejar con licencia suspendida o revocada y también manejar con una licencia de conducir vencida por más de 6 meses. La fianza por cada uno de estos dos cargos es de $250 cada uno. ¿Necesita usted los servicios del abogado público, señor?
No.
No.
All right, good luck, sir.
Bien, buena suerte, señor.
All right, is there anyone else that's currently in the courtroom that needs the interpreter?
¿Hay alguien más que necesita asistencia en español? Levante la mano. No hands raised here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
sir.
guess we'll have to have you come back, Mr. Lopez, when and if the females get there.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, they're on their way up now. We see them. They'll be like
Gotcha.
2 minutes or so.
Checks in the mail. All right, if we would have everyone stand up and be sworn in, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do out loud.
Yeah, I do.
All right, folks, you were here for first appearance. When your name is called, you're going to come forward. We're only do a few things at first appearance. First, I'm going to ask you if you need the service of the public defender. If your answer is anything other than no, then we'll talk about your financial situation and determine if you qualify for the public defender. Then we'll determine if there's probable cause for the charge, and if there is, then we'll determine appropriate release or bond conditions. Please do not talk about the facts of your case in any way whatsoever. Everything you're saying is being recorded, and their notes are being taken down furiously by the state attorney whenever you open your mouth. So please don't talk about the facts of your case. We will begin with South County, beginning with Carl Berry.
Approaching.
Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I just wanted to point out that the alleged victim in this case does want to have contact with Mr. Berry, so he's going to ask for no violent contact.
Mr. Berry, do you need the service of the public defender?
No.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery on a person over the age of 65. Your bond amount will be $5,000. If you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. You not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You may have contact with the alleged victim, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Wesley Hulin, Hulin.
Senator Smith, what defendant? Do you want to waive the reading of his 5 charges? They're all third-degree felonies, and any special conditions of pretrial release.
All right. And sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond amount will be $5,000 as to each of those charges. Additionally, if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions are 16, 22, 22A, and 25. Good luck, sir. James Hutchins.
Senator Smith, what defender's office? I do have a follow cause challenge on this case.
All right. Let's hear it.
Yes, Your Honor,
Sit down, don't stand.
Sit down. Of it in, but from what I could decipher, that they said he's non-compliant with conditions of the community control, and I think that word has failed, and he failed to maintain his residence schedule. However, they didn't say how he failed to maintain his residence or schedule. They just said that's a conclusory statement without explaining to the court how he violated that restriction on his probation. So I don't think this is sufficient probable cause. And it's not even an arrest warrant signed by a judge. It's a partially handwritten affidavit by an officer.
State.
Based upon the affidavit, Your Honor, state would state would argue if there is enough here to find at least probable cause, whether or not it's enough for a hearing, that's another matter. However, if Your Honor is not inclined to find probable cause at this time, state would request a 24-hour continuance.
All right, we'll do a 24-hour continuance on that. Leave that for the judge tomorrow.
Thank you. So the court's finding no probable cause at this time.
At this point, well, I'm not making a decision on that. I'm leaving it for tomorrow after the new affidavit comes in.
Okay.
Mr. Hutchins, do you need the service of the public defender?
Still talking to you.
Sir?
He said you need
Yeah, Hutchins,
public defender. Would you like a public defender appointed to you?
I can hear you.
Would you like an attorney appointed for you?
Yes, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Calvin Ross?
Your Honor, he was combative.
Well, would you please let him know that on his two cases, his bond is $5,000 each and the public defender is appointed to represent him?
Yes, sir.
Stanley Walker. Mr. Walker is here as an accessory after the fact on a first-degree felony. Give me just a second, please. Oh, yeah. Sir, your bond on this charge is going to be $10,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes,
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
thank you.
Do we have anyone else in South County?
What's your last name? Seymour. Yes, sir, Seymour.
James Seymour?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Seymour,
Yes.
you're here on a charge of loitering or prowling with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
I can't,
You can't get the public defender? Yes, you can. All you have to do is tell me you want it, and I'll appoint the public defender.
I don't know what to say, man.
Okay.
But
Well,
I
then at
called
this
for
point, I will not appoint the public
911.
defender, but at your next court date, if you want to ask for the public defender at that point, you can ask the judge then. Good luck, sir. All right, and who's the female we had that needs the Spanish interpreter?
If it's my client, Your Honor, the last name is Olaya, Olaya. Villegas,
Yes, Isabel.
that's the one.
All right. All right, this is a charge of domestic violence battery. There is a immigration detainer for ICE.
Tiene tiene cargo de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física y tiene una orden de detención de ICE, de inmigración.
Yes, Your Honor, I've been hired by the alleged victim in this case, Your Honor. We'd like the case dismissed ultimately, but we'd like, if she doesn't get out, to be able to have non-violent contact with her, or her to have that with him.
Habla el abogado, dice que fue contratado por la supuesta víctima en el caso. Su señoría, quisiéramos que el caso finalmente fuese desestimado, pero si no lo es, entonces que pueda tener contacto no violento con la supuesta víctima en el caso.
All right, the bond on this case will be $2,000, and if the defendant is able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following.
Bien, la fianza en este caso es de $2,000. Si la acusada puede salir bajo fianza, va a tener condiciones de libertad condicional, que incluyen las siguientes.
Defendant will not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. Will have no contact with the alleged victim. Oh, excuse me. May have contact, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever.
Bien, no podrá poseer, usar ni portar ningún tipo de armas, armas de fuego, municiones o cuchillos, y podrá tener contacto con la supuesta víctima, solo que este contacto no podrá ser ni física ni verbalmente amenazante o violento de ninguna manera en lo absoluto.
Counsel, anything further?
Nothing.
¿Algo adicional al abogado? Nada.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
Gracias.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Lopez, if you would ask if anyone else needs the service of the interpreter.
Yes, sir. ¿Alguien más? We have two more, sir.
Mendoza Garanda.
Sandra Mendoza Granda?
Sandra Mendoza Granda.
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, you were here on charges of contributing to delinquency of a minor and possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each.
Señor, usted está aquí por cargo de contribuir con la delincuencia de un menor y posesión de parafernalia para la droga. Cada uno de estos dos cargos tiene fianza de $1,000 cada uno.
Cultivation of cannabis, possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of cannabis over 20 grams, and theft of utility services with a bond of $5,000 each.
Tiene también cargos de cultivación de cannabis, posesión de cannabis con intención de vender, posesión de cannabis por encima de 20 gramos y también hurto de servicios públicos. Cada uno de estos tiene fianza de $5,000 por cargo.
And possession of a structure where drugs are manufactured with a minor present. The bond for that will be $15,000. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Y tiene también otro cargo de posesión de una edificación donde se producen drogas estando un menor presente. La fianza para este cargo es de $15,000. Le pregunto, señora, ¿tiene o necesita usted los servicios del abogado público?
Sí. Okay.
Yes, yes.
I will
I don't
appoint the
know.
public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Bien, le voy a asignar al abogado público para que le represente. Buena suerte, señora.
¿Y si pago la fianza?
If I pay the bond,
You gotta finish
Tengo
the
una casa.
sentence.
perdón.
All right then. Who's next?
Solveron Jennifer.
Your Honor, Sanders in Public Defender's Office. On this one, I do have a stipulation with the state.
All right.
There's no probable cause, and she should be released on her own recognizance on 2 of the 3 DV battery charges.
Bien, habla la abogada Sandra Smith de la Oficina del Abogado Público. Dice tener una estipulación o acuerdo con la Fiscalía de que no hay motivo fundado para uno de los cargos y debe ser liberada bajo palabra en 2 de los 3 cargos de violencia intrafamiliar que tiene.
As this was one ongoing incident without a break in time.
Ya que esto fue un incidente en curso que no tuvo una separación en el tiempo.
All right, ma'am, so as to the charge of domestic violence battery, there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. As to the other 2 domestic violence batteries, you will be released on your own recognizance. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Bien, señora, entonces tiene un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física. Hay motivo fundado para este y su fianza es de $1,000. Si usted sale bajo fianza, va a tener condiciones de libertad condicional, las cuales incluyen lo siguiente. No podrá usted poseer, usar ni portar ningún tipo de armas de fuego, municiones o cuchillos. No podrá tener contacto con la supuesta víctima en este caso, pero usted podrá regresar a la residencia de la víctima solamente una vez en menos de 48 horas después de salir en libertad, en compañía de algún agente, de alguna agencia policial, para que usted pueda retirar sus efectos personales. Y en cuanto a los otros 2 cargos de violencia intrafamiliar, agresión física, será usted puesta en libertad bajo palabra. ¿Necesita usted los servicios del abogado público, señora?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Bien, le asigna el abogado público para que le represente. Buena suerte, señora.
Gracias.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
All right, now we will move to the females at Central, beginning with Catherine Atkinson.
Yes, you. No, siéntate.
Are you Catherine Atkinson?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on charges of possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Additionally, you're currently on probation at 25 MM 8264. court will prepare and stamp your warrant on the probation. With a violation of probation, you will be held no bond on that charge. Do you need the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck,
I
ma'am.
would ask to be appointed under the probation.
Yeah, for everything.
Thank you.
Vilmarie Agosto Velez.
Sanderson.
Yes, sir.
I do have a stipulation with the state regarding the first charge on the docket, the trespass of an occupied structural conveyance. That on that one charge, there's no probable cause and she should be released in her recognizance, as that is subsumed in the higher charge of unarmed burglary of an occupied structure.
All right, ma'am, so your charges here are trespass and unenclosed curtilage of a dwelling, resisting an officer without violence. The bond on each of those is $1,000. Loitering or prowling and criminal mischief, the bond is $250 each. Unarmed burglary of an occupied structure, the bond is $5,000. And then as to the charge of trespass, you would be released on your own recognizance. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Excuse me, can I ask what was the burglary for?
You can answer my question.
Huh?
You can answer my question.
What was your question, sir?
Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Additionally, you will be placed on pretrial release with the following conditions included: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, and you would not go back to the event location while on pretrial release. Good luck. Natalie Anheuser.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. It's my understanding she has no prior record and is recommended for straight pretrial release, so I would ask for that as well.
Ma'am, you are here on a charge of domestic violence battery, and you are recommended for straight pretrial release, which means if you agree to follow all the conditions of the court, show up for court every time you're supposed to, and follow the conditions of pretrial release, which will include that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. That I can release you without you having to post a bond. Can you agree to those things?
Yes.
All right, and then I will have you released straight pretrial release. And also, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Karina Behar. Ma'am, you're here on a charge of, well, actually a violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do we have any other females? What's your name, ma'am?
I'm Dietzel, Maggie Dietzel.
To start with a D?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there it is, yes. All right, ma'am, you're here on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Because of the case number, so that's correct. Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Oh, Jessica Marvin.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on charges of trespass on an occupied structure, conveyance with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
If necessary, yes, sir.
Oh, I would think it's necessary, so I will appoint the public defender. Good luck.
Thank you.
Anna Morales Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're on a charge of driving while suspended with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Robin Sears.
Excuse me. Oh. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on 4 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
I do. I need some mental health services as well, please.
All right, you'll need to talk to the public defender about that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Alex.
Apparently, I'm being told that even though it's not on the docket, you also have a charge of petty theft. The bond for that will be $250, and the public defender will be appointed for that as well. Yeah, well, the clerk's office has it, and I just don't have it.
I don't understand. So
Yeah, me either. I don't know why that happens sometimes, but I get a docket and it doesn't have some cases on it, but then luckily we have other people here who are able to provide that information. So that's the best I can do on it.
Okay, so I have a bond or no bond?
Both. You have a bond on one case and no bond on the other ones.
Okay, do you know what the 4 counts of violation of probation are? I don't know what those
No,
are.
ma'am. Step to your left, please. Dusty Smith.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right. Public defender will be appointed to represent you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, are these the males that were up here when we started, or are these the,
Yes, that was everyone. Have everyone.
okay, we just had them in like 3 groups coming in? Trayvon Allen?
Sanderson's Public Defender's Office. I do a stipulation with the state regarding the charge of criminal mischief, second-degree misdemeanor.
Calhoun behind him, Cook behind him.
You can hear what I'm saying, but anyway, the bond for that should not be $5,000. We have an agreement, it should only be $250, as that is only a secondary misdemeanor. And that was by information. It should have put $250, not $5,000 for that. And the state filed information charging a secondary misdemeanor.
Well, apparently Judge Cumby decided that the bond would be $5,000.
I think it's a direct file of information. It's an amended.
You know, I'm going to agree with you on that. So, sir, you got charges here, aggravated assault with a weapon without intent to kill. The bond will be $10,000 for that charge. Charge of battery with a bond of $1,000 and criminal mischief with a bond of $250. Do you need the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Appreciate it.
Anthony Brooks?
I thought he bonded.
I don't know. I put a note bonded with a question mark.
He did bond.
Okay, thank you. William Bulger?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're here on charge of leaving the scene of a crash involving property damage. Your bond for that will be $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jamal Calhoun? Sir, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, a simple battery with a bond of $1,000 each on those charges, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000, and simple assault with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Anthony Cooks? Sir, you're here on charges of domestic violence battery by strangulation, domestic violence battery, and tampering with a witness. The bond as to the domestic violence by strangulation will be $5,000. As to the other charges, will be $1,000 each. Also pursuant to the warrant, you will be placed on pretrial release with conditions 16 and 17. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Derek Donisi?
Yes.
Sir, you're here on charge of domestic violence battery on a person over the age of 65. Your bond will be $5,000, and if you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jimmy Goodwin?
Sandra Smith with the Public Defender's Office. I do have a probable cause challenge on the cannabis and paraphernalia charges, as they were not even tested. There was no test for them in the police report for them to know whether the THC is greater than 0.03% or not. They didn't even test them.
And on my docket, I only have a charge of possession of cannabis. I don't have the driving while license suspended or the possession of drug paraphernalia.
He's booked in on all 3.
Okay, I'm just, I guess when they print out my docket, I get some and I don't get other ones.
Your Honor, who did you call for?
This is a good one.
Jimmy Goodwin.
We don't have a good one on the docket.
Yeah, he's on the docket.
I guess it just depends on whose docket you got. My docket has one charge for that gentleman. The clerk's office has 3 charges for that gentleman,
I
and
have 3.
the bailiffs don't have him at all.
Well, he's in jail.
But I did check in.
Yeah.
Might have been brought over, show him the process and stuff.
Well, we're gonna have him come back tomorrow anyway for 24 hours, so we'll let, I think Judge Gibson has it tomorrow?
Yes.
Judge Gibson can handle that. She's much better at it anyway, so. Isaiah Guzman Tompkins.
You probably give him the report. I don't know.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of an affray, and there is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. This is an add-on charge, so you will be placed on pretrial release as well with condition 16. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Sorry, was placed on PTO?
Yes. I think he was placed on it previously, and so this is just an add-on, yeah. Brent Harris?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, you're here on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Edward Lackey?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're here on a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Edward Locklear?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on an allegation or 2 allegations of violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Yes, sir.
Alexander Luis?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir, you're here on charges of grand theft. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. Additionally, if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release pursuant to the warrant. Who signed that, lady? That was Judge Kelly Butts. Conditions include a curfew from 10 o'clock at night till 6 o'clock in the morning. You would not have any contact with the alleged victim, including staying at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir. I didn't get about the curfew stuff. What is it? If I bond out, I got curfew?
That's correct. And the public defender will be appointed to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Eleanor Marcelin?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're here on an allegation of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir. Do you know what's my next court date?
No, sir, I do not. And the public defender is appointed to represent you. Good luck, sir. Cesar Marin Paz?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of no valid driver's license. Your bond for that charge will be $500. Additionally, there is an immigration detainer for you, so you will be held for ICE on that as well. Do you need the service of a public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Bob Marley?
Good afternoon.
Mr. Marley, you're here on 16 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Eric Martinez.
Unable to appear due to medical.
Okay.
Reset tomorrow.
Yeah, reset for tomorrow then. Robert Mills.
Enter Sanderson Public Defender's Office. Alleged victim does want to have contact on this.
Yes, sir.
So we'll ask for contact with the alleged victim.
Mr. Mills, you're here on charge of domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, or excuse me, you may have contact, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jonathan Moser?
Sir.
Sir, you're on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
I don't believe so. No, sir. I haven't been able to get in touch with my attorney yet.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Maguire Pierre.
Sandra Smith, Polk Defender's Office. I'd like to waive the reading of the charge for the violation of probation charge.
All right, and for that, the defendant will be held no bond. Then you have charges of resisting officer without violence and criminal mischief with a bond of $1,000 each. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jesus Quintana McNeil.
You said Paris, right?
Yeah, just have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Simple battery with a bond of $1,000, domestic violence battery with a bond of $1,000. And if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir. Also, Your Honor, I wanted to ask a question. The victim
I will
is
appoint
no
the public
longer.
defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Odin Rain? No Odin Rain?
Unable to appear. Madam
All right. Thank you. Kyle Reese? Mr. Reese is here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000, 2 counts of violation of probation, for which you'll be held no bond. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Kesrick Samuels? Sir, you're here on a charge of no valid driver's license. Your bond amount is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on just, oh yeah, okay. Good luck, sir. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Kelvin Santiago.
Sanderson, Polk Defender's Office. He has no record
Yes,
and recommended for straight pretrial release and would ask for that as well as the alleged victim wants to have contact with him.
All right.
Ask for no violent contact.
Well, as to the charge of possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cannabis, the defendant will be held, the bond will be $1,000 as to each of those charges. As to domestic violence battery, sir, I can release you without a bond on that, called a straight pretrial release. However, you have to assure me that you will follow all the conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions would include the following. That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You may have contact with the alleged victim, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Sir, can you promise to follow those rules?
Yes, sir.
All right, so as to that count, the defendant will be released straight pretrial release.
Your Honor, since he has absolutely no record, could he be straight pretrial release on the cannabis and the paraphernalia charges also?
No, ma'am. Richard Slaughter?
Yes, sir.
Oh, did we appoint the public defender on Santiago?
I have it down, yes.
Okay. Mr. Slaughter, you're here on charge of resisting an officer without violence and leaving the scene of a crash on private property. The bond for each of those will be $1,000. And then operating a motor vehicle as a habitual traffic offender with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Additionally, sir, you would be placed on pretrial release with the following conditions included: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would not drive any vehicle of any kind at any time for any reason whatsoever. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Michael Stone?
Yes, sir.
Can you go back to that one for me, Stone? Let's get a look at this. Yeah. Oh, for Mr. Slaughter, I apologize. The conditions imposed pursuant to the warrant signed by the Honorable Judge Gerald Hill that he would not possess or consume alcohol in any bar or lounge. He would not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. All right, thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Yes. Michael Stone?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stone, you're here on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Anthony Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sanderson, Polk Defender's Office. I do have probable cause challenges. Again, I don't know what the court has, but he has a DLSR, but he also has possession of cannabis resin, possession of cannabis over 20 grams. And I have a challenge on the cannabis charges as there's no THC content for either drug. alleged drugs.
Yeah, on my docket, it just shows driving while license suspended.
I know he's booked in on all three because they got an amended.
I don't doubt it. State response?
State would ask for 24 hours, Your Honor.
All right. Then we will reset this for tomorrow and see what happens at that point. In the meantime, Mr. Taylor, would you like me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
And Your Honor, the DSR, does he still have the bond of $250
Yes.
on that? Okay. Thank you.
Jason Walker?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Walker, you're here on charges of unarmed burglary of an occupied structure and grand theft of a motor vehicle with a bond of $5,000 as to each of those. Additionally, if you're able to bond out, you'll be placed on pretrial release with conditions 17 and 23. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen Weaver?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Weaver, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 40 hours, police accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, I do.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Yep.
Ryan Weekall, counsel.
Your Honor, good morning. Good afternoon. May I be heard, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
We respectfully asked that the court set a reasonable bond and declined to impose additional restrictions on Mr. Weekall's liberty. These 7 new charges are not allegations of violence. They are not allegations of new offenses. They do not involve any claim that Mr. Weekall has endangered a victim or posed a threat to the community. Rather, these charges appear to arise from the same general timeline and the same reporting issues already pending before in this county in case number 2026 CF 005288. Mr. Weekall is already on the substantial bond conditions. He has complied with those conditions. He has not absconded. He has not failed to appear. He has not attempted to evade law enforcement. To the contrary, his residence is known. He now resides in Hillsborough County, and he has remained available to the court and to law enforcement at all times. What is particularly troubling in these allegations concern the conduct that appears intertwined with the pending prosecution. Law enforcement believe that there was additional reporting violation arising from the same course of conduct. Those matters could have been presented to the state attorney's office for review within the existing case. Instead, Mr. Weekall has been subject to a new arrest, additional incarceration, despite already being under the supervision of the court. The defense has not yet had the opportunity to review the arrested affidavit, but based on information presently available, this appears less than about protecting the public and more about further restricting the liberty of my client, who has remained compliant with his release conditions and who has actively sought clarification regarding his reporting obligations. The court focus today, Your Honor, we will focus on risk, that there's no evidence Mr. Weekall is a danger to the community. There's no evidence that he's a flight risk. There's no evidence that he has violated the trust this court has placed in him when the bond was previously granted. The purpose of the bond is to secure the defendant's appearance, not to impose punishment before guilt has been established. Mr. Weekall has demonstrated that he will appear, that he can be supervised, and that less restrictive conditions are more than sufficient to address any legitimate concerns before the court. Accordingly, Your Honor, we ask that the court set a reasonable bond. We would ask for R&R, Your Honor, and continue the least restrictive conditions necessary and reject any requests that will result in the unnecessary pretrial detention of Mr. Weekall.
Well, counsel, I would agree with you that he is entitled to a reasonable bond. In this case, the bond amount would be $5,000 as to each charge, and there are a total of 7 charges. The problem we run into, though, is he is currently on bond in 26 CF 5288, which seems to be integrated or intertwined with this case or these cases.
Yes, Your Honor. And so it's not a new offense. He hasn't violated this. These are the same charges which could have easily been sent to the state attorney's office, and they could have, amended the information and added versus him getting arrested again. He's been fully compliant. And then they add additional bonds on this when he's already has a substantial bond, I think, what, $65,000 on his other one, Your Honor? That's just another means of restricting his liberty.
State?
Your Honor, I believe the affidavit in this case, it lays it out very clear. There are additional reporting violations, specifically within the affidavit, it states on 6.1 and 6.2. The affidavit's, I believe it's 6 pages long, it lays out in detail, in great detail, what the new alleged violations are in this case, Your Honor. Based upon the open case, Your Honor, the state is requesting the defendant be Parker.
Understood. Well, here's what I'm going to do then. As to 26 CF 5288, defendant's bond will be revoked. He'll be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. But that's just really me kicking the can down the road for the judge who's actually going to be handling this case to make further findings with additional evidence. So,
Your Honor, may I, Your Honor?
yes, sir.
Those ones the state just presented was the same ones was presented for his other case on both of those dates. They were the same dates, Your Honor. All this is now is just restricting his liberty.
All right. Well, hopefully you'll be able to present that to the actual judge who's going to handle this, and they'll have more information at that point. Thank you, counsel.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Boyd Wilson.
Your Honor, before we leave, just to be clear, there is bond in the present case for $5,000 each, right? And you have revoked his bond in his other case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. And sorry for taking up any more time of the court. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, you are here as a result of a KP assigned by the Honorable Judge Hope Patey for failure to appear for a pretrial. She's indicated you will be held no bond on that, and you will have a 5-day hearing, which is scheduled for June 26th, so on Friday at with the M7 division. That's my division. And that'll be at 9 a.m. We're moving everything to 9 a.m.
It's not at 8:30.
Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
He has regional.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, you already have regional counsel. All right. Good luck, sir.
You need to let regional know it's at 9, not at 8:30.
Well, if they're there at 8:30, then the difference would be if it was said 9 and then they made it 8:30.
Leave it at 8:30, okay.
We have another person?
Last name Parrish.
Yep, that was supposed to be taken off of my docket.
That was a takeoff, but
It says writ of bondly attachment, so there's no bond on that.
I believe it should be 5,000.
Is it still the 5 days, or what is it?
Apparently, Judge Grody had that and determined that you would have a $5,000 bond, so a $5,000 purge. And so to be released, you'd have to do the $5,000 bond and complete the fact information sheet, provide all corresponding documents to Patch Pros LLC.
I can't do that incarcerated.
Yes, sir, that's usually the problem. Good luck.
So can I get a public defender?
No, sir.
Everyone we got.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, you're gonna be at the courthouse?
No, first appearance. They told me you had it.
Somebody lied to you. I wouldn't trust what they say.
I was hoping.
Grieving, praying. Have a good afternoon.
It is Judge Gibson the rest of the week. Although
So you have had 5 opportunities of community supervision before.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, June 24, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Eileen Keys.
Good morning, panel member Bering.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Tyler VC, 437672.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tyler VC, inmate number 437672. He's serving a sentence of 20 years execution suspended after 6.5 years, with 20 years of probation to follow for risk of injury to a child and sexual assault second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 19, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track problem sexual behavior program and is currently assigned to a child within the facility. He remains on the waiting list for an educational referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, and the Voices program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I want to start off by apologizing to the victim and the victim's family for the unimaginable pain that I have caused. There isn't enough words or time in the day to express how sorry I am for the love I've broken, trust, and disappointment I've caused by my actions. I'm embarrassed and ashamed of myself. That is not the person I am, and there is no excuse to justify what I did. It was wrong, and I absolutely regret it. Over the past 32 months, I've had a lot of time to reflect, focus on my rehabilitation, and become self-aware. I've been able to grow so much as a person. The help from the DOC has been phenomenal, and I can't thank everyone here enough for the help I've received to show me how and what it takes to be a better person. I've been able to learn and recognize faulty thinking patterns, how to deal with negative emotions, and learn to communicate in a positive way, which has helped me remain disciplinary free throughout my entire incarceration. Going through the DOC programs, it was very tough at first, not feeling comfortable talking about my crime. But as I continued to attend, talking about it helped me to heal from it. Learning about how faulty thinking, negative emotions, and not communicating in healthy ways had caused so many problems in my life and led up to my crime has been very critical in my rehabilitation. I'm so thankful for the help from the DOC in guiding me down a new positive, healthy, successful path. Throughout my incarceration, I've not only been able to focus on myself and my rehabilitation, but also I've been able to help others through the carpentry vocational education class. I've been able to take the skills I've learned through the trade of welding and share that knowledge with others to help them grow and learn a career that they can be successful in. Carpentry has been such an amazing class. Not only have I learned so much to help me grow in my career of welding, but also to help at home with remodeling projects, roofing, CNC work, etc. I've also learned how to better communicate with others. Throughout the 2 years in carpentry class, I have grown as a person and was given a position as a technician. A tech works alongside the teacher and is responsible for helping others in class with any questions, any assistance they may need with their projects, and being trusted to pass out tools to other inmates. My main responsibility was the CNC machine, where we would design the job on the computer and carve it into wood. Some of the projects consisted of signs for the kitchen here in McDougal, retirement plaques for officers and lieutenants, and assisting the other students with any jobs they wanted to create. While attending the carpentry class and DOC programs, I was able to secure a job as a tierman in the unit, cleaning showers and helping sweep and mop the floor every day for over a year. After moving units to a working block, which is mostly people working first, second, and third shift, I had to give up the tierman job, but I was able to take a step forward to a more responsible job of working third shift cleaning the main concourse hallways, which I'm still currently doing. I enjoy cleaning and I'm proud of the work I've done, waxing, buffing, and keeping the hallways here presentable. I've had a lot of time in the cell where I've learned to take on artwork as a form of therapy, which has been a very calming thing for me. I've learned to design, draw, paint handkerchiefs and cards for holidays and special occasions. I was also able to learn about an outside company called ACCI Cognitive Life Skills, which offers self-help, self-learning programs that I've been able to purchase and have mailed in. I have completed the cognitive awareness, offender correction, and personal responsibility courses. I've also been able to sign up and attend a meditation program that meets every Friday night. I've been part of the meditation group for over a year, and it has been a great help in showing me how to be mindful in everything I do, and it's given me a different perspective on everyday life. Throughout my incarceration, I've been blessed to have the support from my fiance, mom, my family, as well as my fiance's family and friends. I'm also grateful to my former employer for rehiring me back full-time upon my release. They have never given up on me and always pushed me every day to be the best version of myself. They constantly come for visits, message me, and answer the phone every time I call. My support will continue outside of my incarceration. I have a safe and loving place to live at my grandfather's house with my mom, stepdad, and fiance. I will have reliable transportation to and from work, as my stepfather also works at the company I will be working for. And I will also have transportation to and from any programs, therapy I do from my fiance, my mom, stepdad, and grandfather. I have many goals set, from small things such as opening a bank account, continuing therapy, groups, programs, building my credit, saving money, to big goals like purchasing a vehicle, getting married, and buying a house. I know I can be successful moving forward. I know saying sorry can be easy for anyone to say, but my conduct moving forward will show how sorry I am and how I am a better person. I would like to help others as well, whether it be in a group setting or taking some of the skills I've learned in the carpentry program, and volunteer to build houses for organizations like Habitat for Humanity or Houses of Heroes. Even if it's just talking to people in need and sharing my experiences and hope in hopes it can help someone else not go down a similar path that I did. I can't control my past, but I have control of my future. And I want to show the world I'm not who I once was, and I'm a better person and will be a positive member in society. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. VC, for your opening statement. We really appreciate that. I think you covered a lot of ground. At this time, we're going to ask you a few questions. We'll begin today with panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. VC, is it VC?
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate your opening statement. Thank you for taking time to prepare that statement for us. You did cover a lot of ground. It sounds as if you have really thought about your future and you're optimistic about your life as you go forward. And I'm glad to hear that DOC was able to help you gain a better understanding of your offense and you are now able to recognize that your distorted thinking or your stinking thinking, some people say, is what led you to be here. So I appreciate all of that information. A quick review of your file indicates that you're a low risk to recidivate. You have not received any disciplinary infractions since you've been in the facility. You are also working, as you stated in your opening comments, and you have no other criminal history. This is your only criminal conviction. Now, so let's talk about let's talk about your conviction. So, this offense was against a child. And I heard you talk about the family. In your opening statement, you said you apologized to the victim and to her family. Is that right?
Correct.
So tell me how you think your crime has impacted her family.
I grew up with them, and I hurt them with the trust that they had given me, and it's disappointing, and it's disgusting, and I really hurt them, and I emotionally hurt them just by everything I did, and I'm deeply sorry for all of it.
Okay, and so your father is married to the victim's mother, is that right?
I'm 99% sure their divorce has been finalized, I think a few years ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Do you think that this offense had anything to do with their relationship?
I do.
So do you think that, so you won't have any kind of contact with this victim going forward because now your family bond is now done. It's ended.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you felt embarrassed and ashamed and that you regret your actions.
Correct.
Tell me, do you know why you committed this offense?
Just faulty thinking patterns and feeling lonely, and I was just in such a dark place.
And so when you're feeling lonely in the future, we all feel that way sometimes, depending on where we are in life. So I'm interested in knowing how you'll handle that, because it's my understanding, according to my review of the file, it says that your dad was sick and that you were forced to be the man of the house. And so you took on all these extra responsibilities. I'm not sure that they were put on you, but you accepted, you took ownership of that role. And so that led to stress. Why, so I'm asking these questions because I'm just trying to make sure that should you be faced with similar responsibilities or feel that way, what do you think you could have done differently?
I think I could have communicated in a lot healthier way and expressed how I was feeling. I also could have went to therapy, and I'm going to continue therapy upon my release. If I ever feel like I'm in that type of a position where I'm feeling lonely or starting to go down that dark path, I'm going to reach out to my therapist, and I'm going to surround myself by my support from my fiance and my family to help keep me guided down that positive, healthy path.
I appreciate that. And so you spoke a few times about your faulty thinking. Tell me some of the things, tell me a little bit more about that. Your faulty thinking. What were some of the things in your mind that were faulty thoughts?
That what I was doing was okay, and that was how you show love to somebody. That it was okay to go lay in bed with my little sister at that age, and it's not. It's absolutely not.
So you said that you believe that that's the way that you show love. Did someone show love to you that way?
This has happened to me when I was younger, but obviously that was something that was in my head that made me think that it was okay. And
Okay, I'm gonna stop you, Mr. Vesey, because I did read about your abuse, and I my sympathy goes out to you, because I don't think any child wants to experience that, and they shouldn't have to be honest. But I'm just curious, because it was only certain individuals that showed you love that way. Your mother didn't show you love that way, right?
no,
Yeah, your father didn't show you love that way. So why would you think that that was a way of showing love?
it was the faulty thinking that I had, and it was horrible. I mean, it was a horrible thing that was in my head, and there's no excuse. There's no excuse to justify it. It was sick thinking.
Yeah, I just, because the two just don't align, I mean, because you've had other examples of love, so to say that that's the way that you would show love, I mean, I would go on to ask, like, then if that were the case, why would you do it at night while she was asleep? How would she know that you were showing her love when she was asleep?
Right.
I don't understand that rationale. Let's move forward. When you were interviewed by the parole officer, one of the questions that he asked was something that you think would be a potential risk for you. And you said bringing a child to the bathroom. I want to know, why would that be a risk?
Honestly, it was a question that I just on the fly answered, because I hadn't had time to think about it, and I didn't really understand how to answer it. I wasn't sure if it meant as far as reoffend with my crime or reoffend just in general with becoming reincarcerated. But as the more time I reflected on it and I thought about it more and more, I mean, it like I said earlier, it would be more so of if I was starting to feel lonely and go down that dark path and start having horrible thoughts like that again, I would reach out to my therapist immediately and lean on the support from my support system at home to help keep me guided.
So like an isolated feeling, a feeling of isolation, like of hopelessness, or that you didn't have alternatives. Okay, that's much better than taking a child to the bathroom, because that would make me believe that there's some sort of attraction, that you don't trust yourself around children.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm curious, that because you are now a convicted sex offender, you will not be permitted to be around children. How do you intend to handle that moving forward? 20 years of probation, sex offender registry for 10 years, it's a long time. How do you intend to navigate that?
It's definitely going to be a difficult journey for sure, but I'm going to just keep putting one foot in front of the other and move forward. I mean, I know it's going to be a difficult path, but I got to think back to everything I've been working on in here on myself and my self-awareness, and just if it comes to be where I'm somewhere and a minor arrives, then I have to remove myself. I have to leave. And that's something I've thought about a lot, especially if I'm at a family gathering or a party or wherever, even at a park. I'm going to have to remove myself, and I'm fully aware of that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to go to parks, so that's where children, are. But yeah, it's important that you think about those things, because the last thing you want to do is be violated for being in contact with minors. I just have a few more questions and then I will turn the hearing back over to the chair. We did receive a number of letters of support on your behalf, and so it's good to see that you have positive community support. We've heard over and over again that those things, that type of resources in the community, having those people you feel like you can speak to openly and honestly helps with reintegration back into the community and help reduces recidivism. So I am curious to know what you've told the people, your support system about your crimes, because a lot of it in reviewing your file, you really seem to minimize what you've done. For example, when you were interviewed by the officer, you said you were trying. I didn't print it out, so I don't have the exact language, but you said something about trying to do something to the victim and he had to correct you. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Very little bit. I'm not 100% sure.
Tried touching her. Yeah, tried. Yeah, it was something like that. Okay. So I'm curious to know what your family knows about this. I want to make sure that they have a clear understanding of what transpired between you and this person.
Yeah, my fiance knows what happened. My mother knows what happened. My stepfather knows that I admitted to it. I don't think they know the extent of the details, but I know my fiance does. And that's something I've worked on myself of trying to express, because I mean, it's definitely not an easy thing to talk about. Like I said, I'm ashamed of it, but I know speaking about it also helps me heal from it too.
Okay, that's good, because if things, God forbid, don't work out with you and your fiance, you will have to explain why you're on this registry and, you know, why you have to report to probation to someone else. I'm not putting that on, you know, I hope your relationship is successful, but you have to think of things, you know, and speaking openly and honestly about them is a step in the right direction. So I'm glad to hear that. My last question has to do with the impact that your actions had on this victim. How do you think this has affected her life moving forward as so young, having experienced this?
Drastically. The trauma that I've caused, I'm sure feels a lot of insecurities, and I'm shameful. I really am. It definitely hurt her emotionally. It's wrong, and I am beyond sorry for what I did. I really truly am.
I think we understand that you've expressed your remorse, so I know that you're sorry for what you've done, but I'm trying to get a little deeper into the impact that your actions had directly on her. So you talked about trauma, insecurity, and physical and emotional damage. So let's dig a little deeper into that. So that means that perhaps she will be fearful of men moving forward, or have some kind of reluctance to be trusting of men. So the trust
It'll probably cause a lot of trust issues in her future with relationships, and her relationships aren't going to be as easy as a normal situation would be for her. And I like I said, I'm sorry for all of it. It's going to be a lot for her, and I wish I could go back and undo the things I did, and I can't.
And one of the things that, you know, there was a discrepancy about in your file is she said it happened several times. You said it happened only 2 times. And so if in her mind, and I don't know, I wasn't there, this happened multiple times. I think she may be feeling like, why did he pick me? You know, this was supposed to be my brother. I looked at him like a brother. What made him think that, you know, this was okay to do it to me? This is something that I done. You know, victims can sometimes take ownership of other people's behavior, just like you took ownership of being the man of the house, you know?
Right.
So those are all things too that you should consider. And, you know, I know that you probably won't see her again. There's a protective order against you. And so, you know, for 7 years, 73, but maybe write down, I mean, an apology goes a long way, other than just saying, I'm sorry. I mean, a meaningful apology helps that healing process for her. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Panel Member Berry. Just along those lines, I was thinking as well, just that she is, you know, I don't want to say assume her feelings, but think about the conflicting feelings where you guys did have this sibling relationship, and so there's probably missing some sorts of big brother, and it's just a shame that you guys don't have that relationship anymore, and that's been lost. But hopefully she can heal as best as possible, and hopefully you can heal, and you can both live happier, successful lives. I just wanted to check one thing. My colleague did an excellent job with her questions. I just wanted to follow up on something in your opening. You had talked about having this job offer, and I didn't see evidence of an actual offer in the file, but you're saying that you are having visits and phone calls with the prior employer?
So I talked to him on a semi-regular basis. There was a letter that was sent in with all the support letters. It was actually on a company header from Welding Works. That is Ross McCartney. He's the owner or president of Welding Works. He was the one that had said about coming back to work and hire me back immediately.
Yes, thank you. Yes, sorry, we received 18 letters, and so yes, I'm sorry. No, I mean, that's good. It does show, as my colleague mentioned, does show lots of support. So I apologize. I think I wrote that note before I reviewed all of the letters. So, but I do have his name written down. I did write down all of the names of everybody that wrote letters, and I did review them, but I must not have changed that question. I apologize. All right, that's it.
So the company is within 5 minutes of where I would be living. So I mean, it's in the same town right down the road.
I did see that. I did look that up. Thank you. And you have transportation, you said, so you can work
Correct.
that
My
out.
stepfather also works there.
Excellent. All right, that's all I have for questions. I'll see if my other colleague has any questions, panel members.
I do not have any questions. You and panel member Barry covered all the necessary information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So we have no further questions. So at this time, we're going to begin our deliberations. You're welcome to listen. Just please don't interrupt, and then we'll have our decision for you soon after. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. VC, you know, cases such as his always, it's always unfortunate. There is no winner in these cases. See so many times offenders who have experienced similar crimes toward them kind of reenact what some of the things that they experienced on other people. We never really understand why they would inflict that kind of feelings that harm on another person. But you know, that's something that they're going to have to work. Mr. BC is going to have to work through, but we'll never understand. It will never be okay. I think that he has really expressed a tremendous amount of remorse for his, he has taken ownership of his crimes. He's taken the appropriate programming to address his behavior, and he even started that before he was incarcerated. I think we talked a little bit about his thinking that this is a way of love, and I don't think he really made the connection until we started talking about it. That, you know, you've had other people showing you love that didn't do it in this way. So hopefully when he's out in the community and treatment, he will gain a better understanding of why he did what he did. And forward, he has positive community support, he has job aligned, he has stable housing in place, and his sentence is not over until 2029. So he's going to be with us for a long time. The only conviction, as I stated. So I would like to have seen him complete the Voices program. It's not absolutely necessary. So I would be in support of discretionary parole today. He has community support. He's considered a low to moderate risk to recidivate with a crime such as this. We even talked about the bathroom thing, which was very concerning
I
to
was
me.
like 30 before I came in. I got laid off my last day. What's up?
Clarification for that. So based on our discussion and everything that I've read, I think that he is a suitable candidate for discretionary. So I would support.
Right. I do as well. And he would have to complete the community program, which will further dive into the issues I think Voices would have worked on as well.
Yeah, I agree with both my colleagues. And the only other thing that I would add is, he did the summary from his short-term sex offender treatment program does note that in their view, he gained insight into his behavior, identified internal, external risk factors, and was able to talk about those cognitive distortions, which I think puts him in a really good place to go out and continue treatment in the community. So, and with all the support that's already been noted, I think he's a suitable candidate.
And so for conditions, no contact with victim, AV, behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without proper permission.
Yep, that's all I have.
That's all I have. Anything else?
I had nothing else.
Okay. In the matter of Mr. VC, inmate number 437672, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after August 19th, 2026 with the following conditions in addition to the standard conditions. No contact with the victim, initials AB, behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior, and no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
There's a second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None. The ayes have it. Mr. VC, you have been granted discretionary parole. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Tyler VC, inmate number 437672.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you too.
I don't know, you didn't have people bakeries up here, but I made sure people $1,000. I wasn't hungry that month. At the time, because I was recently unemployed, but now I think he's eligible for it, so I'm gonna like trying to find before I got out of here. Vivo, VINVO. Yeah, Vivo Bakery. They're a conglomerate. They own Thomas English Muffins, Dairy Wheat Brand, Arnold Brand. It's a Mexican restaurant people, but they pretty much own everything. There's someone with the teddy bear. She wanted to change the actual people, but they own everything. Okay. It's about, yeah. Over 3 years, every 3 years, probably a little longer. No. My son actually turned 17 next weekend. Yeah, the birthday. Yeah. You're they live in Oakville, Connecticut on Polk Ave. Did you have any communication with them? Oh, yeah, I talk to my son all the time. Her, I know we had not a criminal like restraining order, but like he would take me back to child support court, so she put like a civil restraining order against me to kind of make me look bad. Yeah, so we have one of them. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
Years ago, but
My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating the names on the record, certify they include all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Aileen Keyes, good morning.
Morning, panel member Barry.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Taiwan Edwards, 296-702.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Taiwan Edwards, inmate number 296-702. He's serving a sentence of 10 years with 10 years of special parole and bonding. Robbery, first, 2,000 violation of probation, interfering and resisting, racing on the highway, and larceny second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 2nd, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed that shows the offender has completed anger management, voices, domestic violence, tier 2, and the New Thoughts program. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, an educational referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, and an embracing following program. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning.
I
know that freedom is more than doing what you want, saying what you want, going wherever you want. Real freedom is about responsibility. It's about doing what's right, never mind how you feel or how you react negatively to a situation. For me, this journey has been a tough one, but I embraced it wholeheartedly because I think if it wasn't for me receiving this time and going through the trials and tribulations that I've conquered throughout this process, I wouldn't be able to become the man that I am today. For me, it's bigger than freedom. I think today is about accountability and redemption. It's not about being accountable for this situation alone. It's for me, it's going back to childhood and finding the root cause of what made me who I am before I received the sentence. And doing so, when it comes down to facing your reality, I think that's one of the hardest things that a person can do, which is why recidivism is really high. Because coming behind these walls, it takes a lot for an individual to sit with himself, to reevaluate where he has gone wrong throughout his life, starting from childhood. A lot of times we hold on as men, from where I come from and talking about myself, we hold on to these emotions and these things and this experience where we don't find the resources to get the proper help. For me, I always lived with illusion by thinking that I didn't need no help. I always blame society, blame my mom for not doing what I wanted her to do, while failing to understand that she did the best that she can do. And we hold on to these illusions to adulthood, and we start making all type of drastic or radical decisions. For me, I felt like I had to go through everything that I've been through in life to be saved today, and that's dealing with situations where I should no longer be on earth, from being shot and from doing security and being shot point blank range in the head, to making stupid decisions.
Thank you. It sounds like you've done a lot of thinking and during your time there, and you've really done some self-analysis. And I think some of our questions might get to that. And we've definitely received all the information you had shared with us in advance and reviewed a lot of that. You've done a lot of thinking, and you and your fiance, I believe fiance or girlfriend.
She's about to be, she gonna be my wife the first day we got it set up to go to the church.
Yeah. So if you want to just, for this first question, if you can just tell us why you think you are ready for parole, why you think you should get parole today.
I only think that I should get parole under one circumstance. And that circumstance is that I now understand what life is all about and really know how to live life and be productive in society, because I have been able to self-evaluate. And if you look at the brochure, there are 8 core principles that I carry with me today. And those 8 core principles are leadership, accountability, respect, personal growth, community empowerment, purpose, discipline, and confidence. And that's what I'm going home to teach to these kids that will be a part of my program. And that's the only way that a person will respect life and make the best choices moving forward.
Great, thank you. So thank you for that opening statement. I do appreciate that. We are going to move on to asking some additional questions. Today, we're going to begin with me, and then my colleagues will have the opportunity to ask questions that they have as well. So what you have talked about, so I did mention that we had received all the documents, and there's a lot of information that was shared, so thank you for that. The different businesses, just business proposals, the programs, the clothing line, and proposed contracts with investors. In your letter, you also shared a letter. You described the transformation you went through during the sentence, which I think you just kind of started talking about a little bit. And you declare that it's been 2 years since your last ticket. When was that letter written?
The letter was written in October of last year, before I caught those tickets.
Okay, I was going to say, okay, last year. Okay, so can you tell us what led to receiving the tickets that you received since that letter was written?
All right, so the first ticket that I received was intoxication for THC, and I admitted and received my consequences. But for me, at the time, dealing with self-reflection and trying to change your habits and your thought process, it comes with dealing with a lot of past trauma while trying to address the issues that I needed to address. And I indulged in marijuana, and there's no excuse why I did that. I did. I think I got bad anxiety, and so that's what I have no reason, like no excuses on why I did it. I just did it.
Okay, because yeah, it is a little concerning for us because we want to make sure that you're ready, and then I know you want to really help youth, and you have to be in a place where you have really. We're all still doing our self work, but that never ends. But all of us. But we want to make sure that you're in a place where you're really ready, and this isn't going to be something where you want to go out into the community and then something happens because you weren't quite ready, and then you end up coming back, and that would be more harmful.
One thing about this is this experience has molded and shaped me for greatness. I will never come back behind these walls because only for one reason, that it's a true fact that they said life is only 10% of what happened to you and 90% of how you respond to it. So it's just my response. My response had to become to where I'm not carrying no ego, no pride, and I'm able to make the right decision, at the right time. I embrace my past wholeheartedly. I have no excuses for why anything happened, even if someone else was the starter. I know in each situation, I've learned what I could have did better, and my response.
Yeah. So you have received 14 DRs during this sentence, most of which are violent and related to using THC or possessing a marijuana. So can you talk about, and again, so you had the intox last November after the letter was written, and then the second one that we were referencing earlier was for fighting. Yes. And few of your violent tickets involve using a weapon, which we actually don't see much. But 3, as far as that we had records of, and there may have been more that we didn't have in the file, but involved using a weapon in the facility.
So may I interject? So if you see my size, like I'm 380 pounds, and I don't need a weapon for no one else. But in the process of the altercation, other individuals had weapons coming against me, and I was just the disarmer of taking a weapon from the individual. on those occasions. I don't need a weapon at all to, have a fist fight, but with my size, a couple of times I was in danger, like with the sock and the lock. They wrote the ticket, but at the same time, I got stabbed in the eye with an object before he produced the lock and the sock. So I was holding my eye from being injured and stabbed in the eye because he had two weapons. So I just disarmed him. So when I'm disarming him, I'm the one that got the weapon, and that's how that happened every time. And it's
Can you help us understand why people are wanting to attack you with weapons?
Well, for me, right, at first, I didn't really do the science to me. I had to self-evaluate and understand that when I walk into a room where people are already intimidated just by my size and hair, and you're dealing with people that are not trying to grow and deal with redemption and accountability like me. So, and here, a lot of people be on worse drugs, and they mind be different. So it's not understanding that I have the option to walk away. That's the main thing for me, like having the option to walk away, making that decision to walk away. You know what I mean? But I felt like there's a couple of times that my life was in danger, especially when I got stabbed in the eye. But full accountability.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for answering that. I know difficult questions. You had talked about quite a bit in the materials that we reviewed about taking accountability, and you mentioned it in your opening statement as well. But then reading your descriptions of the crimes, you denied really being part of it and just kind of being there but not really involved. Can you tell us, with regard to the crimes you're currently serving your sentence for, what your role was, what you took accountability for?
They said that you are first guilty of knowing about a crime and not reporting it to the police, first of all. So for me, I may not have been there, but I was aware. I was aware of the incident. And with the situation with the fingerprint, I know that where these zip ties came from, and I was just going to use my shoulder length to have my lawyer measure the individuals that went through a doorway, and knowing that my shoulders I would have to turn to the side, I just chose to plead guilty because I was guilty. I knew about it. I didn't report it. I knew about it, and that was that.
Okay, so for the armed robbery of the T-Mobile store, where 3 employees were forced into the back room and they were trying to close up, told to lie on their stomachs and zip tied. You're saying you were not there?
I was not at the location, but I knew about the incident happening.
Did you know before the incident?
Yes. And yes.
Okay. And then the larceny.
I was guilty of receiving stolen property. And when you in the streets, if somebody gives you something that's valuable, 100% of the time, you know that it came from somewhere. It's somebody else's property, it's stolen property, and you take the risk of taking it anyway. And that's what I did.
So even though the witnesses identified it was you that stabbed the one individual with a hunting knife and then repeatedly kicked the female in the back, demanding the money, you're saying that was not you?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. They in that situation, there was a Facebook picture that was shown to the defendants where my brother came to the halfway house and we had a picture together, and they identified us through that. But I want to make this clear. No matter that I'm saying that I wasn't there, anything that you have on paper that involves me in some type of way, I got to take accountability for that. I'm taking accountability. I'm not blaming nobody. Nobody made me do X, Y, and Z. If I was working like how you working, I wouldn't have been involved in nothing. So for me, I'm taking accountability for everything, everything. And the only way that I can show that I've dealt with redemption and accountability is to never come back through these walls again.
Okay. And so one of the co-defendants was your brother.
Yes.
And so it would be difficult if you had a stipulation to not have contact with the co-defendant.
Oh, it's not difficult because I no longer associate with a lot of my family. My new family has become my significant other, my pastor, a couple pastors who are watching this today. And I don't have no friends, no family. I'm not going back to my old community. And so that will never happen again, period. My friends are more spiritual, and whoever going to come with me on this journey through God. You will never have to worry about me interacting with anybody that I don't have no business.
So your first adult conviction in 2003, when you were 18, was planning and executing another home invasion robbery with a firearm with a co-defendant.
I was guilty of that.
Okay.
I was guilty of that situation.
Okay, so you do admit to that, but even though the current are very similar, you say you were not there for those. Okay.
No, but the thing about this, ma'am, is this right here, right? Sometimes in dealing with these situations, even though I'm not saying that like my size, there's a video. So with my size, I've been like this since I was almost 15 years old. Everyone called me the big dude from Blindside. Like I've been like this since I was a kid, right? And so my size is always able to show when dealing with other body figures, if I was present during the time. And sometimes when people put you in certain situations, you are guilty of something. So that's why. So for me, I'm guilty all the way around the board. I'm guilty. I'm taking accountability for everything that you have on paper, for everything that you're reading. I'm taking accountability for it. But for me, it's all about moving forward, and moving forward. It's about producing positive energy and learning how to be productive by all means, and not allowing no one else's actions to create a reaction to put you in a situation that can get me jammed up.
That's good. Because yeah, looking at your history, I mean, it's concerning, and your history is very concerning, but that includes the DRs, including recent ones. But then, reading the materials that you shared, and you do have the great vision for a program for young males, a program for young females, and other opportunities and things. So you definitely are looking ahead, which is excellent, and want to seem to have a positive impact in your environment. I just want to make sure that you're quite ready for that. You did take a lot of programs, which is excellent.
I think may I say this?
Yes, please.
I think being ready, right? I know a lot of people come here and we want freedom. You know what I mean? We want freedom. We think you got to give us freedom. We want freedom. There's only one reason why I feel like that I can get an early start is because I dedicated my life to just being positive. I dedicated my life to the kids. So what you see right here, you're about to see on a lot of TV shows. You like, this is big for me. My transformation, me being able to transfer from being negative and put myself in destructive situations to becoming this positive figure. This is how important my transformation is. This is why I can impact so many young individuals, which I'm already doing, which I'm already doing. I've been doing this for about 2 years now. And so for me, I can't sit here and say, scratch any of that information that you have before you. I want you to know that I'm owning all of it. But in order for me not to make no other bad choice, I had to go back to childhood so I could cut it off at the root. The reason why people think the way they think or act the way they act or create these habits, I had to go back to the root. And that wasn't a pretty sight, because you have to deal with things that a lot of people aren't willing to deal with. I still got more.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's very painful, and there'll be bumps in the road, and it'll impact you and everything. But it's great that you're doing that hard work so that you can get to where you want to be. You said you've been already doing it for 2 years now, helping the youth. Can you tell us, in that capacity, have the youth programs in the community started already? Because your fiance is a great reference.
So what I've been doing is this. I believe that in order to run a business, in order to run a youth program, you have to build connection. You have to build connection. So what I've done is just use the resources of my future wife and my brother and a couple other individuals to use their own family to empower their own family unit, their last name, whatever child is able to be encouraged, empowered. When we go to Walmart, what we do now is make sure that we pay for someone else's groceries, anything that we can do to empower, that's what we do. So right now, to this day, I have 892 applications with the $20 application fee. On top of me being able to help these youth develop a new mindset, I've created a work program, either through hair artistry program where you can become a young entrepreneur through doing hair or doing yards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So it's a program operational, or it's just people have applied already, but the program is not running yet?
So right now I can't get it fully running because I am the common denominator. You know what I mean? So yeah. So I have it to where even charging $15 to service a person's yard, with them committing to a 6-month contract, is only $360, but that's only twice that a landscaper will come out. So you get all six months for twice of what an average company will come out. The only thing that there had been a lot of thought, into the pricing chart and the proposed contracts, and there have been a lot of thought put into that, and and the proposing contracts of the investors and everything. And I just want to make sure that, that's the business side of things. And that's good, because you need to do that, because running a business and owning a business and developing one, starting one from scratch is very difficult, but also very different from the self-work that this is really based on. So, and I want to go back real quick to the programs and to the DRs, though, because it's not going to make sense. It may not make sense. You know why it may not make sense? Because being in this environment, right? So I got a pass. So even if I was on the street and had conflict with an individual coming through these walls, you're going to see people. And sometimes their reaction is going to be a negative reaction. So you can't control getting into a fight. The main thing that I'm working on right now is this. Is creating a foundation, not even just for myself, but for the future generation, for my nieces and nephews that I am in contact with on my dad's side, to give them a foundation where they can grow, be themselves.
Yeah.
And,
that's great. And I'm really happy that you have that. I just wanted so you had completed Addiction Services Tier 2 and anger management, domestic violence, New Thoughts, and Voices, but then at least 3 of your violent DRs, but you completed those programs before getting then intox tickets and some of the fighting tickets.
Yes.
So I'm just concerned that, looking at the programs you've completed, that's really good, but terms of implementing it. And I understand what you're saying about when you're in that facility, it's tough because you don't have the entire freedom of movement to just remove yourself from the situation. But you're talking about your size, intimidating people and people kind of coming at you, that can still happen in the community. And you have in your history, you do have assault convictions, breach of peace, violation of protective order, harassment. You know, and again, this is your past, and I know you're moving forward and you're thinking a lot about moving forward and you're also reflecting on the past. But, you know, one way that we look at if someone is truly ready is the DRs and how they're doing in the facility. And so I just wanted to get at that. What are your plans for programming and sobriety in the community upon release?
Oh, so my pastor is a therapist and her daughter is a psychologist. Those two individuals are my go-to for getting even more treatment and more understanding of who I am and, you know, where I come from and how to deal with certain things. I deal with my pastor on a regular basis now. And then any resources that I need, they're right there for me. Sobriety, I don't have an issue with, you know, like drinking and stuff like that. But what I would do is go talk to my doctor to find out, because of the anxiety I got from when I got shot in the head, is it a safe thing to do, like to smoke marijuana or anything like that? But that was my only vice, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, because I was gonna say, you know, if there is an anxiety thing, it worked on hopefully through counseling, and I'm glad you want to talk to a doctor about it. But I could counseling certainly, or maybe some sort of anti-anxiety. But that would be the professionals to weigh in on that. So I'm glad you want to explore how to handle anxiety better, because you should be able to be comfortable. There's other things that counselors can do that help a lot with trauma and anxiety. Okay.
Do you have any recommendations for like programming that you guys offer, just so like you know that you make think will help, like even anger management? I think that I need to continue taking that. You know what I mean? And just keep getting a reminder.
Yeah. That is one of the things that we can stipulate. Your parole officer would, if you're paroled, and then if you're probation, you do a probation, then they would assess you, and they may have you do a mental health evaluation, and then they can determine and make reference for different programming. Some of the programs that we can stipulate based on assessment are anger management, domestic violence, problem sexual behavior, things of that nature. So, and mental health evaluation and treatment. So those are things that we can do, but, okay, let me just see if I can do my questions real quick, see if I have any more right now. You know, you've struggled in the community on supervision before. What do you think would be different this time?
I'll be 42 years old. I'll be 42 years old next month, July 31st. And when you're a kid, you do childish things, and even grown men still act like kids. For me, I have developed a sense of character that causes me to be open-minded, to be, you know, conscious of the things that I wasn't conscious of before. Like even being in a relationship, I never was in a real relationship where I was faithful and you know, knew how to be a masculine figure and taking care of a household. Now I have that opportunity, and my support system now, they're not going for me coming home and coming back in here. It's not that type of support system. This support system is built on me coming home and conquering and doing what I need to do without any error. There's no room for error. Like, there's no room for error. All that you're reading, like, there's no room for error. There's no room for one slip up. There's no room for that.
Okay, and then your fiance, she did confirm her willingness to sponsor you. When have you two dated in the community? How did you meet?
So we always knew each other, but she wasn't the type of woman that I could just be in a relationship with. She is a real serious individual and haven't had that many boyfriends, and she stayed to herself and handled her business. So She not playing no games at all. So the fact is, and she has an illness. She has lupus, and you know, I don't know if you're familiar with that. She gets infusions, you know, a couple times a month. She just had 4 over the recent month every Thursday. And she fight like hell every day to get up and do hair. She got 5, 6, 7 clients lined up, and that's what she's been doing for 20 years. So, you know, her alone helps me to understand what hard work and perseverance and resilient is all about, you know, and it's about having that proper foundation. I don't have not one person around me that I'm not supposed to be around, period.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for my questions. I'll see if my colleagues have any additional questions.
Thanks.
Sorry.
I get you. So Mr. Edwards, my colleague asked a lot of great questions. I don't have much. You know, I'm always interested to know if you have planned when something goes wrong, right? And I hate to use the word failure, but I always believe that if you plan, if you envision what could go wrong, you can plan for it. So the parole officer asked you what would be a high risk situation, and I'll rephrase that with what could be difficult. So what do you think will be difficult for you returning to the community?
The most difficult thing for me returning to the community is getting my children to retrust me again, to understand that I am here to be their dad. You know what I mean? That's the most challenging.
Yeah.
That's the most challenging thing for me, because leaving your kids out there in a world that is cold, you know, and that is the main reason why I had to get myself together. That's the main reason. I don't have no I don't have no chances. This is my last chance. I hear people talking about second chances. This is my last chance. I don't got no more chances. I'll be 42 years old.
Children are a really powerful motivator. That is for sure. So tell me, when you think about your plan for the community, what do you think could be some obstacles? What could maybe set you back?
Well, I don't think nothing can set me back. For the most part, even getting the businesses and the programs up off the ground, that was the most challenging part for me to get to the place where I'm at right now, because it's just me and my significant other. So, you know, I'm giving her the words, she's handling logos, she's printing. So those challenges where we waste almost $2,000 worth of ink and paper and getting rid of people and not having people come along on this journey. I can't be around my mom, you know, I can't be around my brother, because at the same time, where family help, family also hinders. Family judge you, family don't give you a shot again. So for me, you giving me a chance, it's not just about parole. I got to show my kids, first of all, and I got to be consistent for them. I have to be consistent for the women that have been by my side, that's there for me. I've learned how to be a one-woman man. Like, I don't want to be with no other female. I'm not coming home to get sidetracked. And, you know, that's what guys do. That's what a lot of people do. But they don't understand the value. They don't understand the value of having a good support system, people that's there for you, people that will help you. And so I never had this type of help ever in my life. I never had a support system that I got right now. I never had it.
It does seem like you have a positive support system, people who believe in you. I like the fact that you want to try and reunite with your children. When you were on probation, when you committed these new offenses, when you were involved with these new offenses, can you look at that time frame and say to yourself, I can see where I started to veer off and not do the right thing? Can you see those triggers in your life?
Yes. And that's why it was important for me to go back to 6 years old when I stole a bike, right? I stole a bike from around the corner from my house, and I just stole the bike. not understanding that me making that decision came with, now I got to tell a lie about where I got it from. Now I got to tell this lie. Now I got to do this. You know what I mean? Like that right there for me was going back and being able to evaluate that little decision caused me to be where I am today.
So you're thinking that your triggers are not looking at the consequences.
The triggers that I had recently before coming in here, even while being in here, were not being accountable enough. I wasn't responsible enough. I think that I wasn't responsible enough. I wasn't accountable enough. I wasn't at this point where I'm rock bottom and I'm ready to be the man that I was destined to be. I wasn't at this point where I'm ready to carry God and to making the best decisions. I wasn't at this point where I had to sacrifice not having no friends. I got no friends. I have a relationship and I have a spiritual family and it's just about business. So I don't have no friends.
All right, so you can't think to yourself, I look back at this most recent period of criminal activity and say, these were the red flags that I missed. These were
putting myself around, put myself around the wrong people, put myself in the wrong environments. You know what I mean? Participating in things, making rational decisions when not thinking about it.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Barry?
No question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edwards. So we don't have any more questions. Thank you for answering all of the questions we did ask. We're going to start our deliberation now. You're more than welcome to listen. Just please don't interrupt, and then we'll have our answer for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Edwards, it's a challenging case. The crimes he's in for are very serious and terrifying. Violent, home invasion robbery. I'm using the word home invasion, but violent robbery, which with the conviction was larceny, and then the robbery first with firearm with the workers at the T-Mobile. He has taken a lot of programs, excellent programs, but as was referenced, he did receive additional DRs relevant to those programs after completing them, which has me quite concerned. He has quite a violent history. Although again, he took anger management and domestic violence, which should address those things, but I'm just concerned with the DRs that he's not 100% there. As we've heard, he's highly motivated. He has a strong, positive support network at this time. We did receive 4 at least letters of support from those, which of course are very helpful in reentry. He has a sponsor to return to. He has plans upon release. I'm just concerned that he's not quite ready yet to handle the challenges of release, 100% healthy and crime-free manner. And this is his last chance. He needs to be 100% ready, as anybody can be. Or if it goes sour, then he might lose those positive connections he's created and further trust from children. So I deny right now. See if 100% is next year. So yeah. And Member Berry.
So I do not have he sounds great. So let me start off with that. It sounds as if he's really taken some time to reflect on his behaviors, and he has been able to develop a plan to avoid returning to prison. Unfortunately, his history precedes him, and the disciplinary infractions do not hold in his favor.
Yeah.
So at this point, I really am not sure if Mr. Edwards has demonstrated enough evidence of offender change to support his being released early. So I would not be in support right now because I'm not in support. because he rates out extremely high in terms of risk to the city as a criminal history, and the tickets really are not indicative of a person who has demonstrated much change. So those are my.
Yeah, I think we all sort of, three of us sound like we're reflecting on those disciplinary reports, and the fact that they come after taking the programs, it makes it even a greater risk in the sense that, you know, he's taken programs that should address those behaviors, and yet here we are looking at fighting ticket and intox ticket. I think that Mr. Edwards appears to have tremendous support in the community. I'm happy to hear that he wants to try and reintegrate with his children. That certainly is a significant motivator in my view. He was on probation when the offense occurred, so there was opportunities for him to reach out and get resources to help him manage any stressors he was having or feelings. So for me today, I am not in favor of granting discretionary parole. I do think that there is some change that has occurred, but there's more to be done. He can, fatherhood is still on his list of programs. He can gain some more skills just in terms of work in the facility. But I think the disciplinary reports and the nature of them outweigh the programming that he's done, the positive programming. So I do not find him suitable as well.
So for our reasons, we have current offense committed while on supervision.
Probation.
I have poor institutional adjustment, definitely, with the 14 tickets, because that's what we focused on. We really didn't talk in depth about his being on probation when he committed the offense. I think we really spoke about the level of change that, I mean, that's just me. What I heard in our discussions, we also talked about his criminal history being one of the factors. So those are the two that stand out to me. And they for the defense we all talk about. So
yeah. So
that's where I am.
I think I can agree with current offense committed while on probation. I think the question about asking him about
why he didn't reach out for help while he was out there. Yeah. Well, he said he didn't commit it. He can do it. So that's part of the reason why he wouldn't reach out.
And then we also have to set special parole conditions.
Yes.
So in the matter of Mr. Edwards, inmate number 296702, there is a motion to deny parole based on his criminal history, his current offense committed while on probation, inadequate evidence of offender change, the nature and or circumstances of the current offense, and for institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? None. The ayes have it. Mr. Edwards, sorry, we have been denied discretionary parole today. We were not able to get you there. We do see positive change. We really do. This is the last chance, and we want to make sure you're completely ready. You're far along the way, but just not quite there yet. Hopefully you can do some more programming in the year that's left and then really be ready and come out healthy. We do need to set your special parole conditions on your release. I have no contact with co-defendant Demetrius Wiltz or Terrence Edwards without parole officer permission. No contact with victims. DJ, EG, SN, DF, SF, MF, and SM. General no, I had potentially general no contacts with the T-Mobile. I don't know if that's irrelevant, not relevant, but unnecessary.
I didn't have that.
And that's all I have. Is there anything I'm missing or?
I have no operation of motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. It's that underlining racing on the highway.
Okay.
And community-based treatment for anger management.
Good. With regard to With regard to Taiwan Edwards, inmate number 296702, there is a motion to set the following special parole conditions upon release. Behavioral management program for anger management. No contact with co-defendants Demetrius Wilkes or Terrence Edwards without parole officer permission. No contact with victims DJ, EG, SN, DF, SF, MF, or SM. No driving without parole officer permission. I think that's it. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You're all set. We wish you the best of luck. You're on the
Thank
right
you. I
path,
appreciate
sir.
it.
Best
Thank
of
you. I
luck.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care.
This concludes the hearing for Taiwan Edwards 296-702.
I'm sorry? Are you speaking to me? Can't hear. That's creepy.
No, I ain't getting copies, but, you told me to.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Eileen Keys, good morning.
Morning, I'm
Good morning.
Councilmember Berry.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Anthony Hebert, 447-886.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Anthony Ebert, inmate number 447-886. He's serving a sentence of 5 years flat for larceny first and threatening second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 14, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows the offender's completed the medication-assisted treatment program. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, new thoughts, a job assignment, vocational referral, voices, and the anger management program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. What do you want me to say?
So
All right,
if you have, you don't have to provide an opening statement. We do have questions that we could begin with asking, but if you want to provide an opening statement on why you think you're ready for parole, you can share it.
I just want to thank you for your time. I'm ready if you think I'm ready. I'm trying not to let my past judge my present and my future, but you know, I'm just taking it one day at a time, trying to be a better person each day. So with that, we can continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will begin with asking questions. We'll begin with my colleague panel member, Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hebert. So I I appreciate that you're open to get to questions. I guess what we're most interested in for today would be how you find yourself here, in Connecticut with a stolen car. And I see that you're participating in the MAP program. What do you think will be useful, helpful for you to be successful in the community?
Well, the question, I completed the MAP program about, probably about 15 months ago. I stopped taking the methadone. But what got me here was, I was relationship troubles, living situations. So I was just looking for an escape. I stole a vehicle from Philadelphia. Long story short, I had family in New Hampshire. I tried making it up there. I didn't make it. Unfortunately, I clipped the telephone pole, and I'm here. But a lot of the past obstacles in my life have been cleared for me. So I've been incarcerated here. It's been almost 2 years, so I've had a lot of time to reflect. So, yeah.
When you say obstacles have been cleared, what do you mean by that?
Well, there was a couple of not custody battles, but custody arguments. My mother had custody of my children. She's passed away. So there was a restraining order that's been cleared. My children are being taken care of. I'm just trying to focus on my path, trying to get myself right so I can be a better example to my children. And, yeah.
Okay. You said are you in the MAP program now?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
I completed it at Walker before I came over here to McDougal in February of 25.
Okay. You score high on your drug assessment. You score a 5 out of 5. And you haven't done any other than the MAP program, which you didn't think it was all that helpful.
No, it was. I stopped. I got clean. I stopped taking it. So it helped me short term. I see a lot of people that take it are long term. So I took it. I saw what it was doing for people around me. It wasn't something I really wanted. So I just needed it temporarily to get me on the straight and narrow. When I first got in here. But yeah, I'm in the culinary arts program. I voluntarily signed up for the anger management program. I'm still on the waiting list, but all the other programs I'm still waiting to start. So, hopefully I can learn something.
Some marketable skills when you get out, something give you an opportunity to find employment with. Do you think you need drug treatment?
Maybe not for the drugs themselves, but maybe for the thought processes leading up to doing them. Maybe. Sure.
Some of the cognitive issues. And when's the last time you participated in any kind of treatment other than the MAP program?
Probably about 6 months before I was incarcerated, about 3 years ago.
Are you able to, when you reflect back at your time in the community, are you able to pinpoint some red flags or triggers that brought you back to a relapse?
Yeah, my so-called support family, my support program, which I thought was my support was really just a crutch. It was just people that I was allowing them to enable me. Basically, wrong family and friends. Those red flags. But they're in a different state now. I'm here in Connecticut. I've never been here before. I was just literally just cutting through to get to New Hampshire, and here I am. So I'm kind of separated. I know geography isn't always a cure, but it could be a medicine.
Sometimes it's a fresh start, right?
That's right. That's how I'm looking at this. I'm in no rush. I haven't started any of my programs. I doubt I'm probably getting paroled. I got a lot still ahead of me. I've been here for almost 2.5 years, but this is only a stepping stone. I'm not here like a lot of these guys that are here for 20, 30, 40 years. So I'm trying to learn my lesson. I don't want to end up like them. I'm just trying to utilize,
Okay.
This time differently than usual. So. Yeah.
All right. And you still have some stuff hanging around from New Jersey. It's non-extraditable, but you will at some point have to venture back there to take care of that.
Yes,
Otherwise, it's just going to continue to follow you.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure how that whole process, that the whole chain of command works with the non-extraditable warrant. I've never been out of state with a warrant. from another state, so I don't know. But yeah, I will take care of it. Thank you.
Also, so you've had some troubles at the facility. You had 3 disciplinary reports between May 2024 and April 2025, which is a little over a year ago is the last one. So it seems as though things have settled down.
I haven't gotten one since August of 24, I think. I've not gotten a ticket. My last ticket was at Corrigan Institution, and I was there 24th of August. That was my last ticket, a fighting ticket. I think, unless I got one without me knowing. I don't know.
Maybe it's a typo. It looks like April 2024, but then the date in advance.
It was able to, yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Saved by a
Yeah, there you
typo.
go. See? All right. All
Yeah,
right, but it does
I'll
look as though, does appear, go ahead.
Yeah, when I first came in, I was being a knucklehead. Like I said, I was coming down off. I was sober when I was arrested, but I was still in the mindset of wanting to get high, and that's why I got on the MAP program. And my mind was just scattered. But my first 3 months here in Connecticut were really turbulent, to say the least, with my personal issues plus my legal issues. But now it's all been. Now I don't like bringing on New Jersey, but New Jersey, you get a disciplinary in jail. It really does, they don't hold it against you here. It could really mess your time up. And I started to realize that, wow, I'm not saying it's okay, but you get a fighting ticket there. You don't even see the ticket half the time. They just separate you from the person here. They really discipline you for it. It can really mess your time up. Really,
Things happen for a reason. Sometimes it gives you an opportunity to think about how you're conducting yourself.
Right.
As I go through your file and your interview with the parole officer, I noticed that you don't have any support in Connecticut, and you're hoping for reentry services to help with your time in the community here and a relapse. And you've done treatment before. What do you think you need to do in the community in terms of your substance abuse and living?
Yeah, it's appealing to me just because of the style of living, and it's the only form of reentry I'm kind of familiar with, like substance abuse reentry programs. I'm not sure what else out there is available to me, so that was kind of what I was grasping at. Because I have no family here, I have no job lined up, so I kind of have to wing it when I get out of here. So, and I'm planning on staying in Connecticut with the warrants. Even if I didn't have the extra warrants or not, I was probably gonna stay here anyway, just to get a fresh start. So whatever is available, I'll take advantage of. I'm not sure. I could be a little more proactive in reaching out and try to find out what's available. That's my fault.
I'm sure that you can get that started there at the facility. There's a number of programs that help with substance abuse in the community. A non-clinical one is CCAR. They offer recovery coaches and support. Do you have some goals for when you're back in the community?
Take one day at a time. Actually connect with community, other people. I'm not very good at communicating with people verbally. I mean, I'm getting a little better, but kind of always look for a shell to hide in. I mean, it's complicated because for the past 20 plus years, I was with a significant other, and I'm free of those shackles for the past 3.5 years. So it's kind of like a whole new experience for me. This me having my independence and my personal freedom. Not so much my freedom, but mentally. My children are pretty much grown, so I don't have custody of them anymore. So I'm literally focused on myself. So whatever I can do to focus on myself and get myself better, to be a better person. I know it sounds cliche, to be a better citizen, better, productive citizen.
Yeah, a contributing member of the community.
Exactly, not just being a taxpayer, but giving energy, in good deeds, I suppose. We'll see. But yeah.
How long have you been in the culinary program?
Only for about a month and a half. Just started.
You like it?
Yeah, I love it.
All right, Mr. Huber, I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Berry?
No question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think I have any questions either. All right, so we will begin our deliberations now. You are welcome to listen, and then you'll have your answer during this hearing, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. I appreciate the frank conversation with Mr. Hebert. I think he understands he's in a little bit of a tight spot. He's here for a stolen car van from Pennsylvania, which he readily admits taking, and and why he took it, and the fact that he was abusing substances at the time. He was homeless. He does score high risk to recidivate, and probably one of his main issue at this time appears to be his substance abuse. Other than completing the MAP program, which, as he said, helpful for him, helped him get clean, he still needs to address those cognitive issues that bring him to the point of relapse. So he does have 3 tickets, as he said. I'll use his words. He's being a knucklehead when he got in. Has since settled in. Positive that's happening for him appears to be the culinary program, which he's benefiting from. For today, I would not find him suitable for discretionary parole. I think there is some vendor change happening, some recognition of what he needs to do to be successful in the community. But without having done an addiction services program and some of the other new thoughts that are on his OAP, I think that he would struggle with success. So for those reasons, I do not find him suitable.
And I agree. I did have him come back for a week, although, because I would like him to have an opportunity for supervision and to rebuild a life in Connecticut with the support of housing and programming. I think that might be healthy for him to continue on his own personal path. So I am over here, but I'd like to hear from Pamela Berry first on your feelings on discretionary parole and be here.
Well, I would not support discretionary parole today. Unfortunately, Mr. Herbert has a history of violence in his criminal history. He said that he was the chains he were released with he and his ex-girlfriend. But the assaultive behaviors in another state, coupled with his decision making, for me is extremely problematic. So I would not support discretionary parole today. I'm not sure if Mr. Herbert is interested in coming back before us for another hearing, because he didn't even say when he was interviewed that he needed treatment because he didn't want that to hinder his being released. So I would not be opposed to his receiving a new hearing. I think that he still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I'm also in favor of a rehear. I do think that it would be helpful to hear Mr. Hebert after he's done some other programming. And if he's suitable at the time, provide him with an opportunity for supervision and support through resources if that was appropriate at that time.
I had thought maybe June 2027, which would give so it gives about a year to complete programming and about maybe a year and a half of supervision if he's granted.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
And inadequate institutional program participation and criminal history.
Sound good? In the matter of Anthony Weber, inmate number 447886, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole due to criminal history and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And ayes have it. Mr. Hebert, you've been denied discretionary parole for the following reasons: criminal history and inadequate institutional program participation. However, we will rehear this matter in June of 2027. At which time we do recommend that you complete any positive programming that you can, make use of this time, and don't acquire any more DRs, because that can really negatively
ma'am.
impacted. I'm glad that once you learned there was a consequence, you were able to change your behavior. I think that's a good sign, but the next panel, there's no guarantee you'll be granted at all, but it's an opportunity for you to show what you've learned and hopefully if you are granted, you have some support to develop your own individual life in Connecticut. Okay.
I understand. Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Anthony Heber, inmate number 47086. Morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, June 24, 2026, and it's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Trials and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record and certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Eileen Keys, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Berry.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also present, attending is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Tavon Johnson, 359437.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tavon Johnson, inmate number 359437. He served a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, 5 years of probation following, for criminal possession of a pistol or revolver, interfering and resisting, and possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 6, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed. It shows the offender hasn't completed any programs during his current incarceration. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, education, a job assignment, a vocational referral, and a voices program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of this recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe should be granted. Maybe.
Pardon me?
I
ain't hear the last.
Why do you believe it should be granted parole?
I feel like I should be given another chance because I got 2 kids that I would like to be there for, and I want to go home and get a job and take care of my life.
Thank you. Thank you for your opening statement. At this time, we're going to ask you questions. We're going to begin today with panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to start here. We really do want you to return to the community and be a father to your children and be a productive, contributing member of our society. Those are our aspirations for every person in your position. But it's your decisions that you make that cause you to return to prison. And I'm curious to know why you would choose, while on special parole, to sell drugs in the community.
It wasn't the drugs I previously got caught with. It was Percocets. I had just got shot around that time, so I was taking it for the pain in my back because I got a bullet currently in my back.
Okay, so you were not on special parole, I stand corrected, and you were on community release, but you were still you were on supervision, under supervision, right?
Yes.
So you weren't selling drugs?
No, it was Percocet pills that I got caught with.
Okay, so why then were you in possession of a weapon?
I just got shot recently around that time, and I usually had a gun to protect myself, honestly.
Do you realize the harm that you're being in possession of an illegal firearm poses on our community? While you feel as though you're protecting yourself, everyone else in that neighborhood or that community is at harm because you're not properly trained to discharge a firearm.
Yes, I understand that now, yes.
Okay. So why would you put the community in that kind of predicament? Like, I mean, I know, go ahead.
I was young and I wasn't thinking. I ain't had no proper guidance around that time. So yes, as I'm looking at it now, I regret it. But at that time, I was out there still ripping and running. So I basically had that gun to protect my life because I lost a little brother to gun violence and I got shot 3 times. So at that time, I wasn't in that right mindset. I had PTSD, mental health. I was going through a lot at that time. So I felt like at that time back then, I felt like that was the right thing to do, to be honest. I'm from Bridgeport. There's a lot of violence.
Yeah, we want you to be honest. We really do. But I'm confused, Mr. Johnson, because you've been shot 3 times. You said your brother was a victim of gun violence, and you need a gun for your protection. I'm not sure why you wouldn't try to return to a different community than in Bridgeport to avoid. I mean, eventually you're going to be shot and killed. If that's, I mean, I don't even understand why people are shooting at you in the first place. Why do someone want you dead?
Because my previous charge was attempt murder. So when I did it 7.5 years, I went to a halfway house in New Haven to get away from Bridgeport, and people started pulling up at the halfway house in New Haven. That's why I ran.
Go further. Go to London. Go to the other side of the state. Why go to New Haven, which is 15 minutes away from Bridgeport, 20 minutes?
You know, I went to jail when I was 19 and I did 7.5. So I came home at 27. So I tried to go to New Haven. Well, I did go to New Haven and all the old stuff came right. It followed me basically. So at that time, I had to do what was best for me.
Well, what's best for you, wow, made you come right back to prison. I mean, you would, I mean, I understand you want to be close to your family, you want to be close to your children. I understand that your roots are in Bridgeport. I get it. I understand it. But if you truly want a change, I really don't understand. Like, choose something a little bit further away until you get yourself together. You can get yourself situated, then you can get your kids and you can visit your mother. You don't have to live in the same town as her. You know, people live in different states. Like, you have to have a different mentality. Go ahead.
So my parole officer, can I get my special parole changed to down south? Because I got family down south. but they were saying basically they want to accept me because my criminal history was bad. But I don't want to go back to Bridgeport, to be honest. I'm trying to change my life. Like, in order to change, you got to change people, places, and things. And at that time, it was just,
Eventually, listen, eventually you're gonna run out of luck. I mean, it's only by the grace, you know, of the person that's the being that's overlooking your life that you're not dead today. Because obviously someone wants you that way. So it's up to you to make decisions that will remove you from that type of environment, you know? But yet still you told the officer you want to go back to Bridgeport, which baffles me. I just don't understand. And going to another state may be in your best interest. To be honest, that sounds like something that you should consider. I definitely would feel more comfortable with your going to a different state, because at least that does give you the foundation for a new start, you know?
that's what I want to do.
But go ahead.
No, that's what I want to do. Go to a different state. But
All right.
right now, first, like right now in my life, I don't got to deal with none of them problems right now. I just want to go home and get my life together.
Yeah. Well, we want you to go home and get your life together too, but we also don't want you in our communities with guns that you don't really know how to properly use or clean, or you're not licensed to carry those things. You see police officers, you know, they shoot and kill people because of the situation that they're in, and we can't imagine that and they're trained, you know, we can't imagine someone in your situation will be able to avoid killing an innocent person. But let's talk about your underlying offense. You are on special parole currently. It is running background. It is slated to expire January 28th of 2031. And that's a long time to be under supervision. And I say that because you've struggled on prior releases. You've had 7 in total, and you've failed 6 of those. And then you come into the facility where we're expecting to see you change, some evidence of change in there. You haven't completed any programs, and you've accumulated, if my account is correct, and I know that they're combining your prior release because of your special parole, but it says you have 21 tickets. And since you've been back, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a lot. I'll say that. So what's up with the tickets? Why do you feel the need to use K2?
With the intoxication, I lost my family member, so I was at a weak depression state of my mind. So I feel like that was the best thing, like the escape, because I'm like currently mental health, and yeah, that's why I use drugs. But
so are you? Well, I see you have a mental health score of 3, which means that they're trying to work with you to get the right regimen and stuff, medication for you, but you're still using. Your last ticket was last month for Intox.
yeah.
So you can't do both, Mr. Johnson. You have to figure out which one is going to really help you. You can't do both of them though. So I mean, to be completely honest with you, you know, you were out in the community under community supervision, and you squandered that opportunity. I understand. Please know that I understand that you are fearful of your life. I get that, but that doesn't mean that you have to put other people in harm's way so that you're protected. So your decision making for me is problematic. The tickets are problematic. The weapon is problematic. So I'm trying to get at something positive since you've been back in the prison. Can you share with us something that you've learned, like your takeaway from this entire ordeal?
I learned just staying away from negative people. Like I only had a year, like, so I couldn't really do no programs. Like I was in a mental health group. That's one program I completed, but basically I had nothing on my OAP, and when I got sentenced to the 3 years with a year credit, I wasn't given the opportunity to get programs up because I'm in McDougal. Basically, it's people that got life in this jail, so I wasn't like first priority. Like, and I signed up for programs, and they like you got to wait on a waiting list, and that takes like 6 months.
Well,
So
you gotta
it's
stop
like
getting tickets. If you stop getting the tickets, then that'll put you in a position to get into programs. But you've taken a ton of programs, you've taken programs before. I mean, some of
prior
the
to
stuff
the
that we would like
tickets.
to. Go ahead.
Prior to the tickets, I had signed up for programs, and it was not given. I wasn't given the opportunity because I was on a waiting list for 6 months. So it was like I tried, but it just nothing ever came my way.
You have to do
Nothing.
better. You have to do better, Mr. Johnson. You
I
have to want
signed up
better
for
for yourself.
AA. I signed up for AA, NA, just to try and help my drug problem. And I was in the mental health group. That's all the programs I did.
Well, I would suggest that you remain there and continue trying to work on yourself, because the only way that you're going to be successful, Mr. Johnson, is if you believe in yourself. Do you believe you can do it?
Absolutely, but it's not no help in DOC. Like, it's not no help here at all.
But
It's
you
not.
had help when you were out in the community, and you still chose to make poor decisions. You've tried it your way, Mr. Johnson, and it hasn't worked. We don't want to see you in the prison. We want to see you get the help that you need so that you don't have to come back.
My problem with society was the drugs. That's all it was, the drugs.
Well, my problem in society is the weapons. Like, I understand addiction, but putting other innocent people at risk is criminal thinking.
It's
So
understandable.
I appreciate your speaking with me, Mr. Johnson, and I have no other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Why did you, I know you did complete some programming in the community under supervision, but you were referred for additional substance abuse programming. Why didn't you engage in those programs?
I did, but I only missed it 2. And them 2 programs I missed it, I had kids that I had to go pick up. So when you would get excused for 2 missed programs, they automatically kick you out the group. And at that time, I had to be there to pick up my kids from school, so I couldn't be there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this, childcare responsibilities and those challenges are definitely real. But your sobriety does seem, as you just mentioned, your big problem with drugs, and it does seem somehow you have to be able to prioritize yourself, and because your kids can't be helped if you're back in here and you're not sober. So, but I understand the challenges of childcare too. You did acknowledge, alcohol and Percocets were a problem, but you didn't seem to think that the daily pot use was. Do you still think that's the case, or do you think marijuana use is also something that you should work on?
Yes.
I think the DRs and stuff, I think, some healthier coping mechanisms would be helpful for you, and you have been through a lot. So I think working with counselors to try and get you to a happier, more stable place will probably be the baseline for then building the life that you want for yourself and for your kids. I think that's all the questions I have. Panel member Mary?
I don't have additional questions.
Okay.
Thank you. I think you covered it all.
Okay. We don't have any further questions, so we're going to enter deliberation now. You're welcome to listen, but please don't interrupt, and then we'll have our decision for you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I really do wish that there was something that we could do to truly help Mr. Johnson get on the right path. But it's a decision that he is going to have to make on his own and be dedicated and committed to that change. The tickets, I cannot overlook the nature of the crime and his underlying crime. I understand exactly what he's saying, but in the same vein, I can't, I cannot condone
his thought process or his weapon possessions because of what he's experienced. Even though I get it, I can't condone it. It's problematic. So for me, I don't find Mr. Johnson suitable for discretionary parole. He rates out high, the disciplinary infractions. He was on supervision when he committed the offense. He hasn't taken any programs. So for me, it's a deny today.
What resource did you have?
For institutional adjustment, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender.
Panel members, you?
Yeah, I agree with panel member Barry. You know, I wish Mr. Johnson best of luck. He needs to, you know, benefit all he can from mental health and addiction services so he can learn to deal, so he can better manage his feelings and his addiction. But he really, there's just not a lot for us to work with here. Yeah, the disciplinary reports are really telling of, you know, his motivation for change or lack of motivation for change. So I am a denial today as well.
For institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional program participation, are those?
And I also, did you say inadequate evidence of offender change?
Oh, I did not. Sorry. Thank you. I missed that. Thank you. In the matter of Tavon Johnson, inmate number 359437, I move to deny discretionary parole due to inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye. We need to establish special parole conditions.
And special parole conditions. I have no alcohol consumption, no contact with victim KC, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Anything else?
Anger management.
I see anger management on there, but then I haven't seen signs of that actually. He completed anger management in 2016 in the facility, and then his DRs, although he continues to get DRs, they were for substance use. I didn't see.
Well, the assault one could lend to the need for an opportunity for some skills, strategies for managing aggression.
I mean, it is a lot, but he has a long time too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we want to set him up for success if we possibly can. And his going to another state, I think, would be beneficial for him. And I mean, if he tells us, I hope that when he's released and he goes to a halfway house, that he is able to go interstate, because that would be beneficial for him. I would certainly support that. So I don't know what I don't know what they'll do when he's released back out in terms of maybe he'll have to wait a few months. I don't know, but I would definitely support his going to another state.
Yeah, I would as well. Since what contributed to his technical violations for sounding escape, and all of that was really people were trying to find him and come to him. We want to make sure he's safe and he had the opportunity to build his own life. Yeah, so personally, I would not do anger management, but if I'm outnumbered, that's fine. The conviction was 11 years ago, and I haven't seen signs of it since. But and I would think mental health could address whatever the underlying issues are. But if you both want anger management, I know that had been a prior stipulation, but I just didn't see the connection to any recent behavior. But if you both want anger management, then I'm fine with that.
I think he could benefit from it.
Okay.
I think mental health will address some of the issues, but he'll be in a group with others. I think it will help him manage himself through with these enemies or these people that are out for him, so he doesn't respond in aggressive, violent ways.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're discussing this decision, but we also neglected to discuss the fact that he is on special parole, and the special parole is currently running, and that his release date as of today is his estimated date is July 29th of 2027, and we're acting. We understand that he's not done with special parole until 2031, but our intention is for him to complete the remainder of this sentence and then go out on special. So And estimated date 7/29/27 will be the release date.
Yes, thank you. And did I mention halfway house placement? I don't know if I actually said that.
You
as a
said what?
condition. Did I mention halfway house placement as a
Yes,
condition?
you
Okay,
did.
I did. I just didn't remember saying it. Okay, thank you. So, with regard to Mr. Johnson, inmate number 359437, there is a motion to set the following special parole conditions upon release: no alcohol consumption, behavioral management program for anger management, no contact with victims, initials KC, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right. Thank you. We have, I'm sorry.
And his special parole date
Oh,
needs to be.
oh, thank
we have
you.
to, I think, say that on the record.
No, we did.
We did. We
Okay.
said it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, so we do want you, go ahead.
You'll receive all of this in writing is what I was going to say with the dates and everything.
We will release next year. And just hopefully you can take programs just to help better prepare you for release. So when you come out, you're on a stronger foot and you can prepare for your reentry plan and see if you can work on going to another state if that's where you want to go. So we wish you the best.
This concludes the hearing for Tavon Johnson, inmate number 359437. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Aileen Keys, good morning.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Please state your name and number for the record.
My name is Juan Carlos Ramos. MA number is 304687.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Juan Ramos, inmate number 304687. He's serving a sentence of 5 years flat for violation of probation and criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 19, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows the offender's completed tier 2 and is currently participating in the medication assisted treatment program. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, an educational referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, and a voices program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Why should I be granted parole? I think I learned my lesson. I did some stupid mistakes in my past. I've been sober for a couple of years already. Think that's it. Think that, I learned my lesson, I just learned my lesson, that's all.
Mr. Ramos, I saw that you have a ticket in November of last year for intox. So how have you been clean for a couple of years?
Actually, that was actually I was too high on my dose, on my methadone dose. I was too high on it, so when they saw me in my room dozing out on my dose, so they brought me in to the nurse, and they never. I told them to do a urine test. They never did it, so that's why they gave me a ticket. I wasn't gonna plead to it, but sitting down in segregation for more than 10 days, it was too hard for me. You know what I'm saying? So I just tap out to it just to get back on population. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
I just brought my dose down too, so now I'm from 80. Right now I'm on 30. I'm on 30 right now. So.
Okay, great. All right, sorry about that. Thank you for your opening statement. So we're going to begin with asking questions now, and I'll start today. Thank you for answering my colleague's question, actually. But so you did share in your interview with Officer Bryant that you used to struggle managing your feelings of anger, and you did have a history of violent DRs, but you have not received a violent DR in a while, and your last DR was November, the one we were just discussing. So you do seem to be doing a little better with anger. What strategies are you using to manage your feelings of anger?
It's been hard, you know. Well, first of all, I've been like stepping away from any type of argument or anything. I just step away. I used to just I think a friend of mine, you know, I was young. I was young and dumb, you know. I was young and dumb, you know. I grew up. I learned how to step away. If anything is like red flag, I just step away. Yeah, that's what I do now.
Okay. And when you step away, do you do any sort of calming things, or do you not really need to, as long as you remove yourself? Breathing?
Yeah, I do a lot of breathe in, breathe out, walk away, put some water in my face, and just, you know, stay away from everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
You shared that you completed treatment at the APT Foundation and that you loved it. You had said you really liked it. But in your violation of probation warrant reports, it said you failed to comply with treatment at Intercommunity Healthcare in Hartford in 2023. Can you explain what happened when you were in the community and you didn't complete the programming you were then referred to after APT?
Yeah, well, my girl died. My girl died while I was out there. And since I was in treatment, I already completed treatment in the APT Foundation. They always wanted me to just keep going and keep going and keep going. Well, I was good, you know. I never gave them a positive. I wasn't giving, you know, I gave all negative in any type of way. So they wasn't like trying to hear me. So I was standing on my 2 feet and telling the judge that, you know, I didn't need the treatment, you know. I didn't need the treatment. But yeah, so I got violated because my father-in-law, he put the license plate, the car stolen, even though it wasn't a stolen car. So that's why I got violated.
You violated because you're saying the car was not stolen, but your father-in-law put a different plate on the car?
Yeah. Actually, I was using the car without permission. That's what he said. My father-in-law, he's almost 82 years old, so sometimes his mind is. So that's why I got violated.
I do have, though, that you tested positive for drugs, for cocaine and fentanyl, April in 2023. Is that? Yeah. And was that? And I know you did not complete the programming at Intercommunity Healthcare in 2023, but you're saying that you were good. Was that positive test before or after APT Foundation?
I don't think I was. So I was in the hospital. I had a problem. I was actually using. I had a problem. So since that day on, since that day I got cleaned up. I almost lost my foot. I almost lost my foot using drugs. Yeah. And since that day, I just stopped. I said that's it. I didn't want to use no more drugs. That's it.
So so you were in the hospital due to an injury, something because of drugs, almost lost your foot. And you're saying since then, that's when you said you got sober. So was that must have been after the April 2023 drug test?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel? So you're in MAT now, you're going, what are your plans with the MAT program, or what are your plans for sobriety?
What's my plans?
Yeah.
Well, my plan, you know, stay in the program, stay in the MET program while I was, if I get back to the community, just, you know, keep going the program. And so go back to work, you know, be close to my family.
And your job, oh yeah, you were working as a barber. Can you return to that? Do you have your barbering license?
Well, I got a certificate. I don't got the real license. I got a certificate.
Okay.
That's what I got, you know what I'm saying? So,
For the
and I got
training?
that, yeah, just a little training, yeah.
Can you get the license in the community, do you think?
Excuse me?
Like, can you get the license? Because you were working as a barber under the table, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's all my life. I've been doing that since I was 17 years old. I've been doing that. That's all I do outside. That's all I do. I just never had the chance to go to a school and get my diploma and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And people do well without, some people can do well with just a good vocation and without a diploma, but I think it'd be helpful for you if you had a license so that you can do it legally, you can pay taxes, which I know paying taxes stinks, but then you get Social Security when you retire because you've paid into it. So and if you're under supervision, having a legal work is part of supervision. So, but if you have talent as a barber, you've completed the certificate training program, that would be good. Do you have, and aside from barbering, do you have another job you could return to?
I do a little bit of mechanic, a little bit electrician, even though I don't got no license, but I've been doing it. I learned everything in DOC. I'm sorry, I learned everything in DOC.
Okay.
In Puerto Rico, they put me to work, so I used to do everything, electricity, plumbing, so everything that I had to learn it was from DOC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, can you tell us what happened that led to the criminal possession of a firearm conviction?
Well, that happened in my room. I was in a rooming room, and it was a bad rooming room. A lot of drugs, a lot of stuff going on. So, I was in my room, and somebody tried to break in my room. So, I know I was supposed to carry a firearm. I wasn't on probation. I wasn't on nothing. So, and I know I should not carry a firearm without license. But I was scared of my life, so I started firing the gun I didn't hit nobody. I didn't hurt nobody. But then a couple of days after that, I got arrested. So.
What about, did you hit somebody in the head though with the firearm? And don't mention names, but.
If I hit somebody in the head?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah.
Because you said no one got hurt, but that.
No, I'm done. Yeah, I'm talking about when I shot. I didn't. Yeah. I hit somebody that was actually, when I opened the door, the guy was there. So I just hit the guy with the garment. That's all.
That's pretty serious though, right? I mean, no one got shot when comparing it to shooting people, but hitting someone with a firearm is.
Yeah.
And then, can you tell us about, you were arrested in 2021 in East Hartford for assault to and disorderly conduct against your roommate. What did you do there?
So my roommate, he got mental. He don't got no mental problem. He's just an addict. He was an addict too. He's an addict, and he stole stuff from me. So me and him, we had a little confrontation inside the room, the apartment. So he actually, he see my finger. He cut my finger. We had a little altercation. That's all.
And what did you do?
Oh, I had to defend myself. I punched him.
Did you use a weapon against him?
No weapon. It was just my hands. It was big. It was just arms, just hands. That's all.
No, a billy club?
No.
And did he owe you money? Because it's, the reports where he was in his room with his girlfriend and you busted in the room and started beating him, saying, "Give me my swear word money."
Well, actually, yeah, he stole my stuff, so that's money. He's supposed to pay me my money for that. You know what I'm saying? So that was the problem with that. I had anger issues at that time. I'm sorry. I'll be honest with you, since 2003, since I had that problem with my foot, I said, you know what, this is it, you know?
So you have had 5 opportunities at community supervision before, and completed one of them successfully. What were your experiences with community supervision? Why did you struggle so much?
Well, I also had PTSD, you know, I had all that stuff too, you know. When I was a child, I was abused. I was child abused when I was a child by a priest. Actually, he was my coach. I used to play basketball. I used to be a good football player when I was young. And that had actually destroyed my whole time when I started getting bigger, you know. And that right there, that started when I wasn't a bad kid, you know.
Yeah.
But since that day, he used me as a tool. That really killed. That really killed me, you know.
Yeah.
That really hurt my, you know.
Yeah.
I opened up to my family in 2006.
Good.
I was only 10. I was 10 years old when that happened, you know.
Glad you told your family. Have you ever gone to counseling to help you with that? 'Cause, yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I got depression.
Are you denying to participate in mental health treatment now in the facility?
Well, they not actually. They didn't want to give me my medication, the London that I really use in the world.
Yeah.
Because the people here are using it for stupid stuff, you know. They're abusing it, and I don't gotta pay for that. So they're trying to give me some other medication that's not working for me. But it's been a while that I've been good, so you know, I'm trying to live my life without medication. But I would love to keep seeing a psychologist and a psychiatrist just for my, you know, problems and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no child should go through that, and so you didn't deserve that. No child should go through that. So helping you to cope with that would be really helpful for you, I would think. And then, but certainly also being incarcerated and everything else you've been through, having a counselor, someone you can go to and open up to would be really helpful. Do you think, is mental health offering you counseling as well and you're not participating in that? Or because the medicine, you're not getting the medicine? Or is it just that they're offering you medicine and that you don't want and you're not taking the medicine?
No, I just told them if you're not gonna give me my medication that I'm supposed to get from the world, I'm just gonna do it my own. I'm just gonna do it on my own. I go to church. I participate in church. You know, I just finished my audition service program for my OP, Tier 2 program. I just finished it. I got a good federal work performance from the program, from the MET program. I mean, like, I don't have no positive, you know. So I've been isolating myself in my room, go eat, but you know, with certain people, you know, just trying to get away from. I want to be back with my family. I need my family in my life, my daughter. I ruined my youth. You know, I'm 49 right now, and I need to come. Yeah, I need to go back and be a father and be a grandfather. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to see if my colleagues have any other questions, and then we'll enter into deliberation. Member Berry? I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. So, Mr. Ramos, what is your relapse prevention plan other than going to the MAP program in the community?
My relapse I like to talk to my own people, like I like to keep myself,
Worked.
people who claim, you know, I'm trying to step away from, I don't want to be around all that negative stuff. I don't want to be around that.
All right, well, I heard you tell my colleague, and she pointed out that you had done well at the app program. Have you explored any kind of sober programs? Doesn't have to be necessary a clinical or a treatment program, but have you explored things like CCAR, for example, or going to NA or AA meetings to give you some of that added support when you're struggling, like with grief, you know, or you're having some troubles with your mental health, maybe somebody that you can get some advice from, or a good place to go for you?
I heard about that. I heard about, you know, C card and all that stuff. I heard about that. I got a good communication with my mother. She's a Christian woman. My sister, she's also a Christian woman, and that's my support.
Okay. Well, family is always great support. However, sometimes family doesn't always, you know, they don't always see things the way an outsider might. And you need a little bit of a socialization. So places like CCAR or meetings, sometimes they offer an alternative for family, an alternative for other people who are seeking the same kind of thing as you, sobriety, goals of being sober. Have you ever done that?
I never had that before in my life. Never. Okay. I'm open for anything, you know, as long I could, you know, because right now when I go out there, I'm by myself, so I gotta work and get my apartment and get my stuff together. You know, I don't mind. I'll be open for anything.
Yeah.
Anything that I rejected when I was young and I was in that time. Yeah. I'm open right now for anything. I need it. So.
Well, that's my point. Sometimes, you know, you need to try things a little different. Add something that you haven't tried. If it doesn't work out, well, then it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
But you doing the same thing that you end up back there at some point, you know, so you got to change the trajectory at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
True. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like we're all set with questions. We're going to enter deliberation now. You're welcome to listen to us. Just please don't interrupt, and then we'll have an answer for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Mr. Ramos is here for a violation. He has underlying history of violence, although, as mentioned, I don't see real violence in his current history. It seems to have.
You said you don't see more violence?
In his current history, like very recent. Like in a facility.
Okay.
He does, however, score very high in his likelihood to recidivate, and alcohol drug score is the highest it could be. He was on community supervision on probation at the time and had 2 violations of probation leading up to the termination of probation in August. He has struggled on community release. I did not see any anger management programming despite a history of violence, and his underlying offenses were for violence. I don't like that he has a flat sentence, though. He does say he's been sober, and he's obviously participating in the MAP program, which is helping, seems to be helping him. He does have some support and has some work history, although under the table, but I'm concerned with the willingness to ask for help and connecting with help outside of family. But grateful he has his support network, but I think he could benefit from counseling. I think he would feel better on counseling and him not participating in it when it's offered. I understand the frustration and of not being able to access medication that was helpful that he wants. I think it's wonderful he wants medication.
We recognize help him that he needs the medication. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a step.
Exactly. Many don't, but I'm concerned with the decision-making by not participating in counseling, which could be helpful. So I am a deny at this time. I'm hoping he can complete his OAP. I'd be open to a rehear, maybe in a year and a half, to hopefully provide some support during his reentry, since it is a flat sentence.
So I appreciate all that you've pointed out. I mean, for Ramos, he does score very high for risk to recidivate. He's here for a violation of probation for failure to comply with treatment. He had a new arrest. And this is not his first violation on this particular violation. It all seems to stem from his substance abuse. I do look at Mr. Ramos. He seems to be willing to continue with treatment in the community, whether that's mental health and substance abuse, and also the MAP program. He does have support in the community, as you pointed out, through his mother and his sister. He can earn a living. He's a barber. He needs to not work under the table. That's not going to help him in terms of his stability in the community. He did complete the Tier 2 program. I am willing to vote Mr. Ramos to discretionary parole today. I think that he can benefit from community programs. It would be a continuation of what he's doing in the facility. He can go back to his mental health treatment. And I think that the time on supervision could be beneficial for him. I understand why he doesn't have supervision, because of the prior violations and his history of struggling out there. But I do think that through the support that he has, his continued treatment in the community, there is offender change.
Barry?
Thank you. I can understand both of your positions. I honestly came in here today with a question mark. I wasn't really sure how I was going to vote. But after listening to Mr. Ramos, he really does sound as if he aspires to have a different life and live a clean and sober lifestyle. Unfortunately, the disciplinary infraction that he just received in November that says that he was using is concerning to me. And I'm not there in the facility to be able to gauge, whether this was an error or, he pled guilty to the ticket. So in my opinion, that was the last time that he used drugs. So given his extensive criminal history, all stemming from his substance abuse, I would like to see more clean time. And while he's in there being clean, I think that he can continue to work on himself and make some more progress in terms of his criminal thinking, perhaps a new thoughts, a voices program would be helpful. And it has taken these programs in the past, but a refresher course would be good. I would be willing to rehear him. Maybe in a year, to give him some time to come up with a viable relapse prevention plan. And he's had the same support in the community, his mother and his sister. And, for some reason, he still continues to struggle to stay clean and sober and utilize the support system. As you were saying, Madam Chair, when he's out in the community, he was on probation. That's another source of help. And my issue with the problem with asking for help is that I heard him say on more than one occasion that he isolates himself, that he deals with it his own way. And he's tried that already, and it really has not worked. So I wanted to come up with a better plan, a better relapse prevention plan, a better release plan so that he can avoid return to prison. So my vote will be to deny today and rehear. I hope that I've been clear about what I don't want to negate any other work that he has done. He sounds good today. It sounds like he's moving in the right direction, but based on his history, I think that it is more work.
Okay, so rehearing 1 year,
That's right. That's what I
June 2027.
that would give him a year if he's released.
And denial reasons.
His poor institutional adjustment, he's received 4 tickets since he's been back. And he has completed his criminal history, which is what we've all talked about. So I would do those 2.
Okay, and I did also poor performance on community release. It's 4 out of 5. Then,
Yeah.
and we will note that you are.
Yeah, I'll go on opposed, although I'll be happy to see him come back for another hearing.
Okay. In the matter of Mr. Juan Ramos, inmate number 304687, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole due to his criminal history, poor performance on community release, and poor institutional adjustment. We'll rehear this case in June of 2027, at which time we recommend that you participate in any positive programming, develop a relapse prevention plan, and not earn any additional VRs. Do I have a second?
Second.
Favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Mr. Ramos, unfortunately, we do recognize the progress you've made. This was a difficult decision. Just want to make sure that you're ready. Hopefully with a little more time, you can work on a relapse prevention plan, reach out for support, research community programs, maybe to be interested in. You liked APT Foundation, just have more supports, more plans for that, asking for help. It just sounded like maybe a little bit of the same of what you've been doing before. And we just want to make sure that you have more tools in your toolbox. So hopefully we'll see you in a year and you'll have a great relapse prevention plan, no more DRs and some more programming you can share. Wish you the best.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
This concludes the hearing for Juan Ramos, inmate number 304687. Morning, my name is Parole Officer. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. This is an indeterminate life sentence review for John Evans, inmate number 86273. This review is being held in order for the board to determine whether there's enough mitigating information since the last denial to warrant a new parole consideration hearing. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Aileen Keys.
Panel Member Barry,
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
At this time, the panel will now deliberate and provide their decision for the record.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Member Smith.
So with Mr. Adams, so I've reviewed the current documents, the current DIS that sets forth all that has occurred with Mr. Evans since the last hearing in 2020. For the record, he's been denied 4 times prior to this. And essentially, it has all come down to a lack of programming. His mental health has not been stable. He is currently participating in mental health, working with mental health services. He appears to be doing, from what I could review through the documents, doing what he needs to do for those services. His health has declined somewhat, it seems. However, in a total review of the documents we have for today's hearing and looking at the prior documents, there doesn't seem to be any mitigating information that's come to light since the last hearing that would warrant bringing Mr. Evans forward for a full discretionary parole hearing. But I'm open to discussion for that if my colleagues see anything differently.
Thank you. Member Barry.
No, I agree. And I show that he's had, would be his 6th hearing. Some of them were administrative hearings, but he was denied with no new hearing very early on. And we've been conducting this case of these administrative reviews to determine, as panel members that primarily stated, whether or not there's any mitigating information that would warrant his coming forward to a full hearing. I agree that there is none. You know, we understand with the denying no new hearing that Mr. Evans' cognitive abilities and his ability to move around, they're all going to decline because he's getting older. So, but those are not reasons to, in this forum, right, to grant another hearing. So, I too am a no.
Thank you. I also am a no. I did want to make note that, as you mentioned, his health is deteriorating, and he may at some point become eligible for compassionate release consideration based on those issues, but that is not, as you said, the focus of today's review. So for today's review, for this review, I am also a deny.
So I just have to make the motion.
Okay, so I make a motion to deny Mr. Evans, inmate number 086273, a new parole hearing date. Try the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And then he'll be administratively reviewed again in 5 years.
Thank you.
This concludes the indeterminate life sentence review for John Evans, inmate number 86273.